border with Guatemala. The group has now waited for weeks for travel permits to proceed northward. Now, then they organize into larger groups in hoping that will reduce the risk of gang violence or interception by Mexican immigration authorities. Really? What Mexican authorities? Intercepting who? And then, of course, the caravans often disperse because they get fatigued and people start to drop off and they can't keep up with whoever's leading the caravan. But regardless, while illegals in the caravan currently number in the hundreds, previous caravans have grown to become thousands strong. And these may eventually too, because they got to get here before November 5. I know if Trump wins on November 5, he doesn't take office until January 20th, but they will start sending the message immediately. You know what? Just last December, a caravan, I don't know, I think it's like 6,000 to 10,000, just marched across the border. Just came across. That's got to stop. You see, if Trump focuses on those issues and the stories like Dragon has for me today about Denver is seriously, here's how seriously the cost of living is worrying Denver residents. We'll do that one tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, the rate of inflation, they tell us inflation is down. Yeah. I didn't see it at lunch yesterday, Dragon. Not at all. Enjoy your vacation, because you know what? We certainly will.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, the Art of Granite is making your countertop project even more attractive. As you know, they normally sell all material at wholesale, natural stone or quartz. Now, the Art of Granite is slashing installation labor by 25%. And tear out and haul away is always free. Get your prices on the phone. Call now, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com, 386-5919.
Men, low testosterone causes a host of problems. These include a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. But many men just attribute these symptoms to aging and don't consider that there are medical treatments that can give them back their vigor and vibrancy. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling like I just described, it's time for you to treat that low T and change your life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. We've successfully treated many men for low T and seen the amazing difference that those treatments can make in a man's life. If you're like the vast majority of men who are low T, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, that brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will your workouts, and your sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. So make an appointment and make a true life change. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, TheRealEstateMan.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, TheRealEstateMan.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors, serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumbline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumbline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumbline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Your success is their success. Hey, Michael Brown here for Citywide Banks, a division of HTLF Bank. They know you have a lot of choices in what bank you trust for your commercial business loans, which is why they keep their decision-making at the local level, where bankers are focused on providing you impactful financial solutions specifically for your business. They strive to continually bring deep industry knowledge and experience to assist your business achieve success at any size or scale. They are truly here to help. Visit them today at citywidebanks.com.
HTLF Bank is an equal housing lender and member FDIC.
This report is sponsored by...
This guy's dominating once again with an air quality alert.
Did you update the screener again?
Are back up in the low 90s.
No, it's the same
box
one
31.
from yesterday.
I'm the only one logged in.
On home insurance with Allstate, you could easily and get quality protection.
Hold on.
It's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
I'm going to go there in a second. I mean, really,
630
I don't know why it's such a big
Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Let me just go there and make fucking sure. Damn. I have one and one only. Maybe I give it a new name. I'm going to call it New Call Screener.
This is a special report from...
Well, that'll work until the next new call screener.
Sherry Preston. She was grilled for 5 hours yesterday on Capitol Hill, and she has been under pressure to
this
step...
is the new one. Okay, so I'm going to call this, I'm going to rename
Trump.
it.
Well, today, the head of the Secret Service has resigned. ABC Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has more on...
Yeah, I saw you pop in and out, so okay.
Hold on, I'm going to...
Is not simply able to give a clear-cut answer to the question.
This one keeps showing up again.
Why was there not Secret Service or law enforcement personnel on top of the roof? Why was there not law enforcement personnel stationed around that building that had a clear line of sight directly to the former president? Why was there not law enforcement personnel around the building to make sure no one could get to the top of the roof?
House Speaker Mike Johnson says...
All right, now log in so I don't... there you go. Okay, I see you now.
Now,
reminded about the responsibility and take into account the very dangerous...
Okay.
I shared it with everyone.
ABC
Let me make
News.
sure. Yeah, Kelly's in there. You're in
One
there.
arrest in connection with an intricate
Which email
network
do you
used
use?
to pump...
Dragon at iHeart.
Got it. Okay.
States.
The Percocet or Adderall tablet sold on...
I'm actually out. B-Large is going to be running the show today, buddy.
Pill was manufactured
should I
in
make him
Mexico
part of
using
it?
You can if you want to, but I've already logged in on this computer for him, so he should be set.
Hamdani
I
says
used to have
2.2
B-Large in
tons
there.
of the
I'm gonna make
precursor
him again
chemicals
so
were
he can have
intercepted
it.
at Laredo, Texas, and traced to 48-year-old Min Su Feng.
I have a good show, Tom.
Thanks.
Hamdani says it's one of the biggest seizures of fentanyl precursor chemicals in U.S. history. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Amid the war in Gaza, an agreement among Palestinians, representatives from longtime rivals Hamas and Fatah signing a declaration in China. They say they'll work to form a new government. Home sales slipping in June. The National Association of Realtors says sales of previously owned homes fell more than 5% compared to the previous month. And a year ago, it's the fourth straight month that sales have dropped. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
It appears Vice President Kamala Harris will be the Democratic nominee for president, as more than a majority of delegates to the Democratic National Convention have said they will support her. A lot of Democratic governors have been brought up as possible VP candidates. Governor Polis has endorsed Harris, but does not expect he will be the VP choice.
I love the job I'm doing. You know, I love Colorado. It's great. Obviously, if somebody asks, I take a serious look at it, but my phone hasn't rung yet. Look, if they do the polling and it turns out that they need a 49-year-old balding gay Jew from Boulder, Colorado, they got my number.
Polis tells CNN he is excited to support Harris to help her become the next president. People across the Denver Metro and Front Range may notice hazy skies again today. That's because of smoke from wildfires currently burning in Canada and the Pacific Northwest. The smoke is causing increased ozone levels and some air quality issues, but conditions should start to improve later today into tomorrow. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Some slowdowns over on the southeast end of town, Parker Road southbound. We've got stop-and-go traffic between East Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way due to ongoing roadwork. Seen about a 22-minute delay through the Parker and Aurora area. North of there, I-25 north and southbound, some usual congestion into downtown. Northbound I-25 slow between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints to and from DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Another warm one out there today, high 90 degrees, overnight low of 62. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver, 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Stop what you're doing and listen to this. Your God-given freedoms are up for the taking, and those doing the taking are the same people who've sworn to defend your freedom. They think they can control the media, hide the truth, and force their delusions onto your family. You know what they can't take away? Self-reliance, peace of mind. Got water filtration? You should. A charged solar generator? You better. Emergency food on your shelf? Get it now from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the most trusted name in survival, and for damn good reason, too. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now and save $200 on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. It delivers over 2,000 calories per day, plus sealed inside practically unpierceable packaging. It lasts up to 25 years. Oh, and did I mention it's delicious? Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and save $200 per kit. Includes fast and free shipping. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome, one and all, including my YouTube morons. And thank you, and my Facebook flunkies. We have people streaming online. We have a lot of people who also download. So here's the deal. People who download often say, you know, I don't get a chance to participate. But I'm leaving open that voicemail, and we call it our voicemail, but it really comes right through to the show when we're on the air. It's 303-MARTINO. That number is 24/7. So if you're listening, working out, and you want to comment, if you call that number, we'll get you back on the air, even if you want to comment on something we've had in the past. So feel free to call that number. at any time. 303-627-8466. Welcome to the show. We're here to help you, solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. Now listen, we get an ass full of politics and preaching everywhere else, so what I try to do is only talk about that stuff as it relates to us and how to help us through the day. But welcome, okay? So you can call about anything you want if you have a problem. Now, one thing I found very interesting in the news is a fight over the number 8. Do you know what I'm talking about? Lamar Jackson and Troy Aikman both want a trademark on the number 8. You know, trademarks are funny things. What are they? They're marks that identify your business. Let me give you an idea. Copyright is different than a trademark. Copyright is a work that you copyright. A story, a slogan can be copyrighted, but it's also trademarked. A trademark is like the M in the McDonald's. It's the swoosh for Nike. It's an identifiable mark. It's a trademark. Now, the number 8 could be a trademark for certain businesses, but there is a problem if you take a common trademark or a common thing and try to make it a trademark or try to copyright it. You can't make it yours. They give you a hard time when you go to register a trademark if it is something that everyone sees. But if you give it a unique look and it applies to a specific industry where there is no confusion, then you can have that industry or that area of trade for your trademark. If someone else tries to make a similar trademark in a similar industry, there's a problem. But if they try to make it in a different industry and it's not so similar, it's okay. So you can have 2 different 8s as 2 different trademarks. But intellectual property is really, really confusing. For example, with websites, a lot of people have websites and they have a name of a company, right? Well, somebody goes out and says, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out, I'm going to get the name. I'm going to get the name of that website. So they feel like they're beating the system. I'm going to get the name of the website. And when they get the name, they think they own it, but they don't. You may have gotten the URL, but if it uses the name in the URL, that person who owns that can claim it. That happened to me. One time. I was very early on the web getting URLs or website addresses, but one time something slipped, but because I owned it, even that form of the name was mine. Okay, Anna has a problem with a landlord housing issue, and I believe we started this. I thought we started this yesterday. Maybe not. Maybe it's someone. Oh, no, it's 9. It was yesterday. But Anna, go ahead. What is going on with you?
Okay, well, I live with my son, and he's been renting a home for the past 5 years, and we received a notice that they were going to not renew the lease and put the property up for sale. So we found a new property to purchase and made an offer which was accepted, and at the last minute, the owner of that property says she can't move out until August 1st because she has to have hip surgery.
Okay, so this other rental was supposed to start when?
It's a purchase. It's not a rental.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you found a home to buy, or right. He did. And when were you supposed? Like, did you sign the contract?
Yeah, but just before he signed the contract for the offer, she sprung this.
Oh, well, then
she has to have hip
got
surgery.
Got it.
But here's so we can't move in there until August 1st. We have to be out of this rental that we're in now, July 31st. And we've been trying to get...
Well, that timing is perfect.
No, we have a month
Well, you said you have to be out August 31st, and you're moving in the other one September 1st. Is that right?
No, we have to be out of the rental July 31st.
Oh, okay.
Another week or so. So we cannot. We've offered to stay and pay another month's rent here, but we get no response from the property management company. They just won't return calls or even.
Did they acknowledge? First of all, let me ask you a few things. The apartment you're in right now, or the house or whatever, for the past 5 years, the house that you're in for the last 5 years, you let them know you were leaving, right?
Yes.
What date did you give them?
Well, I don't know if we gave them a date. They gave us a date by which we had to be out of here.
What date did they give you?
July 31st.
Okay. So when they gave you that date, what did you tell them?
Nothing. We just didn't say yes, no, or otherwise. We just assumed that was the date we had to be out, and we would do that.
So you never said okay?
I don't think so. My son was the one that was dealing with them, but I don't think he communicated to them that yes. Well, he asked them for an additional month, and they never responded.
Okay. Has anyone? They said they're selling the house.
Yes.
Has it been listed?
They're going to put it on the market. We tried to buy it, and they said they wanted to put it on the open market rather than do the purchase with us. So.
Is it on the market right now?
No.
Well, here's what I would do, okay? You have a lease. You don't really have an eviction. You don't have an official. When was this a month-to-month lease, or was it up at the end of July?
A year. Yeah.
So does the end of July constitutes the end of that one-year lease?
Yes.
Okay. I would think that in the absence of them not, there are new laws that favor tenants. Here's what I would do. This is not legal advice, but we can get some legal advice for you from Brad O'Brien, and I tend to want to do that. But I'm going to just tell you, I'm going out on a limb. Here's what I would do. I would simply say we can't leave yet, and I would stay and pay the rent. I mean, I don't see what they can do to you. You're not looking for, you don't care what they tell another landlord. It's not like they can blackball you with another landlord. You're buying a house. And if you're buying a house, did you guys sign the contract, or did your son sign the contract for the new house?
Yes, he did.
Okay, fine. And you take possession September 1st.
Correct.
I would just stay there. Even if they got upset. Now listen to this. Even if they got upset, they could not evict you in time. The eviction would take almost 2 months. So I don't see what they can do to you, especially if you pay the rent.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's a lot of worry about nothing. But Anna, that is what I would do. Let's see if we can get Brad O'Brien Legal Services. He's a real estate attorney. Let's see if we can get him on to get his perspective on this, because I think it's worth getting some perspective on it. Okay? And then see what happens. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So hang on, and we'll try to get him up right now, okay? I'll do that, okay? By the way, we have another call we'll take right after this. I'm Tom Martino, waterpros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices anywhere. That's waterpros.net, 303-862-5555. Well, my God, I can't believe I forgot the number already. It's waterpros.net. How about that? And then I'll get my crap together, and we'll be right back.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today. Lenovo. Unlock new AI.
Genesis coming up, Tom.
Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
You know, we have a situation right now where a lot of people have been damaged by hailstorms and everything on the outside of their house is damaged, and they don't want to call 15 contractors. So they can call GenesisTotalExteriors.com. If your damages go far beyond the roof, they have gutters and siding and stucco and windows and doors and decks and painting, and they can do it all on one invoice, one point of contact. A company I know and trust, and you can too, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509, 303-679-8509. Hey, if you're looking for estate planning, and many people need estate planning, even if you don't think you have a lot of money or a lot of things, you want to put things in a simple will. Or maybe you do have a complicated estate and you want more of a will, more detailed, or you want to pass on your business and your collectibles, and maybe you even need a trust. What Keel and Park does is they review everything you have, and it's complimentary. See, no other firm really does this. So Keel and Park will talk to you about your life, your business, your collectibles, your investments, your bank accounts, your properties, and then put together a plan for you. Now, all of this is complimentary, and when they put together a plan, it's on a flat rate basis for whatever you want to do. Then you decide how much you want to do. It's that easy. Keel and Park. LawKP.com, 970-818-8198. 970-818-8198. Will you have the income you need for retirement? Worried about your investments? There's something you can do about it. A plan guaranteed in writing not to lose a dime. Guaranteed returns. Income for life. Call now for a free retirement evaluation and get a free best-selling book by certified financial planner Joe Chiano. 303-779-6600. The book, Smart Money Moves. And it's free. 303-779-6600. Free retirement review and a book. 303-779-6600. Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3. Myth number 1. Fiduciaries are too expensive. Not at Trajan Wealth. Our interests are aligned with yours, so we don't need to push costly investments. The more you make, the more we make. It's that simple. Myth number 2. They will only want to sell me something. Absolutely not. At Trajan Wealth, we have hearts of teachers, and it's our goal to educate and empower, not sell. And the biggest myth? Myth number 3. Fiduciaries are only for the wealthy. Not at Trajan Wealth. Whether you have 50 grand or 50 million, we know it was hard-earned and we'll treat it as such. Let's grow together. So, here's your opportunity for a 100% complimentary professional Q&A. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, folks. Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors, serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dan. I've been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows and doors, you have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage.
Tommy there?
Yeah. Affordable, reliable.
Smoky Skies dominating once again with an air quality.
I was going to say, Kelly said that, who was it, Brad can't get on the line for like another half hour.
One pinpoint weather key meteorologist Bradley works.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS.
Yeah, got it. And we got Brent. Got it. Thanks.
That's Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. By the way, I don't know why I had a brain fart with WaterPros. WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554. Every once in a while that happens. Have you ever gone to type in a password or something you've done a million times and all of a sudden, well, maybe not. Maybe don't call me Joe. And by the way, here's the deal. We all have them. I don't care who you are. Now, let's go back to the phones. We had someone who called yesterday, and I wanted to get her back on. Now, Anna's question on the landlord and housing, as I said, I don't think she has much of a risk for a month being a holdover if they pay the rent and say, look, we'll be out at the end of the month. It's not going to invoke a brand new 1-year lease. It's not going to, I don't think it'll do any harm. And they don't care about they don't care about what the landlord says to them about to another landlord, and they can't destroy their credit if they're paying the rent. So really, I don't see what they can do to them. Now, so we're going to get Anna back with our real estate attorney, though, to give a legal perspective. Right now, I want to talk to Nina. And Nina has an issue with her mother's estate wants to talk about, and I'm bringing up Brent Keel from Keel and Park, lawkp.com, as we talked about before. Brent, if you could listen to this, because she got on yesterday and we didn't get a chance to get the call done. So let's talk about it. Okay, so what's going on? Let's talk. You there?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Nina. What's happening?
I called yesterday because I'm not sure what direction I can go. My mother passed away in December, and
you said she's 93, and she had 93. A questionable will.
She had 2 wills. The will that I was aware of was we had talked about it many times because my mom was in failing health.
Okay, you said you knew about it. Did you have a copy of it?
Yes.
So you had a copy of a signed will. Was it a copy or was it the original?
It was a copy that she had at her home. She told me where it was, and, I knew where it was, and I was named the administrator of her will.
That's the one you had?
Yes.
Okay, then talk about the other will.
Well, when my mom passed away, she hadn't been gone for 12 hours, and I get a call from this attorney, and actually it's the same attorney that wrote the first will, and he said, I'm sorry to hear of your mom's loss, and where is she going to be, interred, and all. He needed burial, any details, and he wants a copy of her death certificate. And she hadn't even been gone for 12 hours.
So this is the attorney that represented her in her first will?
Yes. And apparently, I said, and I told him, I said, I'll start getting things ready. And he said, oh, you're not the administrator of her will. And I said, yes, I am, because my mom and I have talked about it. He goes, no, your mom changed your will last June, and she's got a new administrator.
Now, hold on. So I want Brent to understand this. You had this will in your possession for how long?
Well, it's been at my mom's house. She told me.
Did you personally have a copy of what we're calling the original will?
Yes.
And that original will made you the personal representative?
Yes.
And what did it say to do with her estate?
It gave directions about who was supposed to receive what percent of her estate.
And it was left to her what? To her kids, to her relatives, or what?
It was left to her, the 3 kids and 2 of her dearest friends.
Okay, now I'm getting a picture here. You had this will that showed 3 kids and 2 friends get everything, and it was a copy of a will that you and your mom had discussed a long time. How long did you have that will in your possession?
Since 2019.
Okay, so 93-year-old mom dies. You have a copy of a will since 2019. Then you get a call from the attorney that made up that will. And he says, by the way, that will had been changed last June.
Yes.
And what was different about the new will?
What was different about the will is that one of my mom's best friends was cut completely out of the will, which I know that would...
Well, hold on. So the new will shows that a best friend was cut out. What about the 3 kids?
The 3 kids received a portion of a percentage, but my portion was reduced by 30%.
Just yours?
And then her friends was increased by 25%. This questionable.
Now, this friend, was this friend on the original will?
We'll call this one the new best friend. Okay?
So she was not on the old will. She was not on the old will.
She was on the old will with the same percentage as my mom's real best.
Okay, so it's not like this woman popped out of nowhere. She was a friend of your mom's on the old will.
Yes.
But the new will shows a reduced portions except for her, which got more.
Yes, the new friend got 25% more, the majority of my mom's estate, and the old friend the real friend got cut out.
Well, you're calling it the real friend. We're not going to use terms like that. The 2 friends in the previous will, one was dropped and one got extra.
Yes.
But you said something queer yesterday. You said the one that got the extra portion is related to the attorney.
That's correct.
Now, how related?
The attorney has a daughter, and she is the godmother of that daughter. She doesn't have any children, so she's the godmother of the attorney's daughter, and her husband has been the best friend of the attorney since the 5th grade.
Well, okay, but that friend that was left on the will was there before. So really, you think it's fishy because what you're calling her real best friend was dropped, and the new best friend got more, and you're saying she didn't come out of nowhere. She was a friend for a long time, apparently.
Well, the thing is, I knew...
Nina, since 2019, that other friend who supposedly knows the attorney, that other friend was on that will. Yesterday when you called, it sounded as if all of the people were dropped and a new friend shows up, and that new friend is related to the attorney. That would have been totally ridiculously suspicious. But this doesn't sound as suspicious. Those 2 friends, one was dropped, one got a bigger portion on the new will, but they were in the original will. Okay, so you didn't question that friend who was related to the attorney. You didn't question that friend back in 2019, did you?
I did.
Why? Why? And did your mom say that's the way I want it?
No, my mom she knew this friend because of a club that she belonged to.
But she knew the friend. When you questioned her, did you say, Mom, why did you include this other friend? Did you ever ask her?
I asked her why, and the reason she gave me is because this friend directed her. My mom was looking for an attorney to do a will for, and this friend advised.
Right, the friend said, I have a brother or sister, or whatever he was. I have someone who can do your will.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Now, I think I asked a lot of questions. We'll come back and get a legal perspective. Is this something that can be challenged? There's two wills. I don't know. I mean, let's talk. Who has the original ones? And is it right that one friend was dropped that Nina says was the real friend? All of this right after this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Renew Home Innovations, the best systems at the lowest prices for your showers. 2 or 3 days, 72 months to pay. They get it done in 2 or 3 days with 72 months to pay. Absolutely no maintenance on these wall systems. They're beautiful. And they have glass panels in the front. No need for doors or curtains. Nothing to step over. It takes out that ugly tub and shower combo and puts in this beautiful custom-made shower that renovates your entire bath. Renew Home renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Some slowdowns over on the southeast end of town, Parker Road southbound. We've got stop-and-go traffic between East Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way due to ongoing roadwork. Seen about a 22-minute delay through the Parker and Aurora area. North of there, I-25 north and southbound, some usual congestion into downtown. Northbound I-25 slow between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints to and from DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Another warm one out there today, high 90 degrees, overnight low of 62. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver, 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Time with family, laughs with friends, and cash back? Discover's got you covered on the last one. That's because Discover doubles all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cash Back Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a family-owned and operated financial advisement firm that also helps with other elements of retirement. For example, they may refer you to Keelan Park, who are experts on estate planning. They may refer you to someone for long-term care. They help you with investments. They help you with a nest egg, building a nest egg if you're young enough, protecting it as you get older, and producing income. If you have any questions on retirement, ask them free of charge. Call them and get a review. Find out what they can do for you. They're totally transparent on all of it. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. That's 970-663-3211. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I am a client. They're good people. You'll love them. rpcenter.com.
Broncos Country, make plans to come out to training camp powered by Ford and get up close and personal with your favorite Broncos players as they prepare for the NFL season. There will be 16 practices open to the public at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, between July 26th and August 16th, with most practices starting at 10 a.m. Complimentary tickets are available for all practices, courtesy of Ticketmaster. For more information, visit denverbroncos.com/training camp.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard lists your home for top dollar. Then they make you an impressive guaranteed backup cash offer. This gives you the confidence to hold out for the price you deserve. Here's what one Orchard customer said. The peace of mind of the guaranteed offer is why I went with Orchard. And when you sell for more, the rest is yours. My home sold on the market for more than I expected. With Orchard's guaranteed cash offer, you never have to settle for less. Curious what Orchard will pay for your home? Visit Orchard.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer. That's Orchard.com.
Summertime in Colorado is awesome, but not if you suffer from joint pain in your knees or shoulders. Michael Brown here, and the good news is
Chopper listening?
Kinetics has the most advanced
is he there?
For your knee and shoulder.
Yeah.
With
Ask Chopper, what
QC Kinetics.
What email do you want for the call screener? Chopper, what email do you want for the call screener? I don't hear him.
What?
Chopper, what email do you want for the call screener, bro?
Chopper@troubleshooter.com.
Oh, that is yours, right? Okay. Because
Yes.
do you want your Gmail account too or not?
I guess so.
I can do both. So whatever you're logged in as, you can get into.
The Chopper's all I need.
Okay, Chopper then. Okay, let me do that. Okay. So, link. I'm sending it to you to call screener. I'm sorry, I left you off yesterday. There it goes. It just went out. You should get it, and then it'll be good for good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else need access? B-Large, should I put your address in here for the future? You fill in a lot, don't you?
No, I'm good, Tom.
Okay, fine.
I can just have Dragon do it or whatever.
All right,
that
man,
way then
thanks.
we're just on one machine.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I have Brad O'Brien that can help Anna.
Yeah.
Cool.
Out, but you also have Brent Keel. I don't know if you've actually gone to him yet.
No, I haven't gone to Keel yet. Is Brad ready?
No, I can call him. I didn't want to call him.
No, let's wait for Brent. You're right. That's a good idea. Let's do this one and then call him.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay.
800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, now, I want to go to Brent Keel, and he heard it, and for those tuning in, I'm the troubleshooter. We try to solve problems. Nina says her mom had a will. She had a copy of it since 2019. In the will, 2 friends and 3 daughters got everything, but one of the friends, okay, so that's the will she had. Then the attorney calls and says, oh, that will was changed last year. One of the friends was dropped, and the other friend gets more. And then also Nina was reduced as well. So it looks like there was some finagling to get this remaining friend more than she had before. So Nina is suspicious. Brent, what do you do in a case like that? Brent Keel, Keel and Park, what do you do?
You know, when you go in and you're suspicious about a will, there are really 2 ways you challenge a will under Colorado law.
Yeah.
You challenge it based on testamentary capacity or undue influence. Those are really the 2 ways. And basically, you know, I'd have some more questions about your mom, whether she did have testamentary capacity at her age, was able to make her own decisions. Just some more facts and circumstances, questions about that. But really what the court looks at in that circumstance when determining whether a person had testamentary capacity to make a will is, you know, whether she was making out the will and the effect of doing so, whether she understood that, whether she understood the nature of her property, you know, knows what she owns.
What would be undue influence?
Undue influence is really a case where, you know, a person comes in who is pressuring them or trying to force them to make changes. Oftentimes you'll see that.
A caretaker.
That's what I thought we were going to talk about here, like a caretaker.
Yeah.
That's what I expected here. the fact that this friend was on the prior will, so there's already a relationship. It's hard to say without knowing all the facts whether undue influence existed, but it seems like a tough burden to overcome in this circumstance, given the fact that she was already a beneficiary under the will, the prior will. I guess I'd want to understand a little more about the relationship with her and the attorney, because if the attorney was taking something under the will or doing something like that, that would be a much more questionable cause of action, whether that attorney is doing something. Understanding that relationship between this woman and the attorney, and it does sound like they were friends, but that doesn't necessarily, rise to the level of undue influence. It really is a...
Dude, let me ask you this, and by the way, I don't mean this as a joke, but an attorney, unless otherwise defamed in some way or disbarred or disciplined or has a hairy history, they're officers of the court, and they usually have pretty good credibility, right?
I would certainly hope so.
No, seriously. We have crooked in everything. But the God's honest truth is attorneys are pretty damn careful normally.
Yes. And the reason is, you put all your time into becoming an attorney. You go to school, you take the test, you do all of that work, and you can lose that license real quickly if you're engaging in unethical practices. It's something that can happen, and because it's an area where it does happen.
Does the circumstances that you heard it doesn't seem to me like, first of all, Nina got reduced her portion, the other two sisters got the same, one friend was dropped, and the one beneficiary of these reductions was that other friend who was in the original will. Did the attorney, Nina, give you any reason why the will was changed? Did he say, your mom called me, or what? Did he say?
He told me that that my mom had called him to change her will. The reason being that in June, her doctors had called me in because I'm the closest one to. I was my mom's medical power of attorney. I've been managing my mom's financial affairs since my dad died, so I was her closest kid. And the doctors called me in and told me that they were going to break the news to my mom that she was no longer able to make her medical decisions because she had a stroke, and that they didn't feel that she was able to care for herself. She wanted to live at home.
Yeah, but hold on. Nina, are you going to try to make the case that she did not have capacity to change the will?
I think that would be... I think that would be the closest thing. But
did those doctors tell you that before she had changed the will? That new will has a date on it. That date, does that predate the incapacity or what you're calling incapacity?
No, the will came after the doctors delivered the information.
Would the doctors say that based on what they knew and the date of that will, would they flat out say that your mom did not have legal competency?
It's not. They didn't say legal competency.
Well, I know. That's why I'm asking you. Would they say that in their medical opinion, she did not have capacity to make wise choices? I don't know. I mean, isn't that what you need, Brent?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Understanding the decisions you're making.
And a doctor can her doctors would be able to make that determination. Would they go on the record and say, at the time that will was signed and what they knew about her care, she probably wasn't competent? Yes or no?
Is there a difference between making your medical decisions versus making legal decisions?
I don't know, Brent. I think there would be, but I don't know. Did they say she was incompetent?
It would certainly.
They said she was incapable of making her own medical decisions. That's the exact wording. They didn't say anything about legal because that was never an issue.
No, I get it. I get it. Brent, what I'm saying is, wouldn't she kind of need that, though?
You'd kind of need the doctors to come in and say, yes, this, your mom was not able to make.
So why don't you do your homework and do that? Why don't you do that? Because certainly we don't know if there was undue influence, but if your doctors, there's a date on that new will, right? Now, look at that date and ask them to look in their notes and find out if that date, on that date, would she have been competent? That's it.
Well, that sounds very easy, but what happened is when they delivered the news to my mom, she got really ticked off, and she says, I'm calling my lawyer.
Okay, so she changed her will, and she got pissed at you. That's possible. That still doesn't change what you need. You need to know. It doesn't change. You don't have a prayer, Nina. Nina, you called us for help. You don't have a prayer unless your mom was incompetent.
And what about the undue influence?
Well,
because I think that's going to be a stronger.
How are you going to prove that? How do you prove undue influence? When she had a friend on the will originally and she's still on the will, how do you prove that? I don't see anything that would indicate that. Do you, Brent? On what you just heard, do you hear undue influence?
Based on what I've heard, it's a hard one to make.
Listen, Nina, do you have money to fight this?
I do. I do.
Go see an attorney about it, but not Nina. You're presenting a weak case, is what I'm saying.
What kind of attorney do I need?
One of these. Brent, do you challenge wills?
We don't do litigation work. We do more of the planning side, but there are groups out there that will.
And let's be honest about it. It's going to eat up. Tell her the truth. Without blinking an eye, what is your mom's estate worth total?
About $3 million.
Okay. Now, am I lying or am I dying here, Brent? To challenge a will, I don't care what you say. To challenge a will is going to be about $50,000. Be honest here. Litigation.
Just the time you go in and do the investigation, you start doing. Your due diligence, your investigation, to gathering the information, and it's going to roll up $50,000 very quickly. You may be able to find somebody that does stuff as a contingency. You may not, depending on the strength of your case and the information
If they think it's really strong and they can take a portion of what you get, Nina, that might work. But I just want to lay out, I'm not telling you you're right or wrong. I'm telling you it sounds weak, and it's going to cost you about $50,000, and you may not win.
And the things that you would need to figure
out break, Tom.
Are
okay. I got to take this break. Hold on. I want your finishing thoughts on this because a lot of people go through this, and this is Brent Keel from Keel and Park. More coming up. Sorry.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
New delays over on the west end of town. I-76 eastbound, a crash in the left lane approaching Federal has slow traffic back from Sheridan, seeing about 5 minutes of delays. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints for our Tuesday morning commute. And heading to the south end of town, Parker Road southbound, stop-and-go traffic through ongoing roadwork between Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way, about 25 minutes of delays there. I-70 east and westbound, flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Another hot one out there this afternoon, high 90 before the day's end. Overnight low of 62. Sunny tomorrow as well, and even warmer with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver is 74 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Slow down and move over. For people changing a tire, roadside workers, or emergency service crews. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
Now, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and we talk to him all the time. And I'm going to tell you something. If you want to know the real deal about your case, you know what you really want to know? Do you have a case, and what is it worth? And that's the bottom line. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Now, of course, There are many other things he's going to tell you on your initial call, and there is no obligation to hire him. He'll tell you how to preserve your rights and how to move forward, but he'll tell you what he truly believes based on his vast experience, what your case is worth. If you want straightforward information from someone I know and trust, someone who has represented people on our staff, including Mark and Suze, I'm going to tell you to call John Fuller. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. When he takes your case, by the way, on a percentage fee basis, you get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. That's personalized. myaccidentlawyer.co. Now, if you experience a property catastrophe, that's a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, unattended death, just all kinds of things, whatever it is, sewer backup, whatever it is, call American Restoration 24/7. Your insurance will pay for it, but don't let your insurance pick a schlock company. They only pay once. You want the right company up front. I know Rock and his team, and that is the company I would call for my home. American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AM-REST, 8337-AM-REST, or online, amrest247.com. That's American Restoration. They stop the dangerous substances and then help you rebuild. amrest247.com.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
You know, I tell everyone about my quiet, cool, whole house fan from QC, Colorado, because I want them to save on AC up to 90%. That alone will pay for it in no time. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Let's talk about even more benefits, like clearing out indoor pollution quietly, efficiently, sleep in total comfort, all wirelessly controlled. QCcolorado.com. 303-800-3419.
With support from Lenovo Pro, obstacles facing your business just go away. Join Lenovo Pro at Lenovo.com and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Do you know what you will never hear when using Frank Duran, the real estate man?
No gimmicks, no fluff, and no play on words. Your best interest is what's important to me.
That's Frank, and he guarantees results.
I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Backed by a team of experts, but he oversees every deal.
I'm with you every step of the way.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Don't trust your biggest financial investment with just anyone.
When Master Services tells you they provide the best service at the lowest price guaranteed, they can prove it. Ryan Schuling here for Master Services, and I've got the receipts. Brand new AC system starting under $3,000. Master Services will also save you at least 30% on sewer line repairs compared to competitors. Plus, they've been on Tom Martino's referral list for over 20 years. Call them at 720-434-4306. That's 720-434-3406. Or go online to masterrooter.plumbing. Masterrooter.plumbing for Master Services.
If you're looking for countertops, bar tops, vanities, windowsills, art niches, anywhere you want natural stone or quartz, you want to call the Art of Granite for free materials. You heard right. Free materials. They have a big remnant selection, and if you find what you want there, you get it free. You only pay for fabrication and installation. Only at theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. Get prices on the phone. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,500
a little less than a minute and a half when we come back, Tom.
I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino. Okay, so Brent Keel, any last words or advice on this case?
You know, again, the things that are going to help establish a case, if there's one that exists, if you speak to the doctors, Nina, and you get definitive guidance from them that, yes, your mom did not have capacity to make her own decisions, that would be a very strong factor in your favor. And then the other piece for the undue influence, being able to establish where there's undue influence. Right? Just the fact that they knew each other doesn't necessarily do that. And if there are facts and circumstances that can help establish it, if you go to a litigator, those are the things they're going to want to know and understand is what type of facts and circumstances can you point to showing that there was undue influence? Was the woman controlling your mother, keeping her away from you, doing all those types of things?
Yes.
And it really is a facts and circumstance situation. So
thank you. And that is lawkp.com. Thank you, Brent. Free consultations, 970-430-4231. That's lawkp.com. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in, 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
This is a special report from ABC News. Secret Service Director resigns. I'm Michelle Franzen. Less than 2 weeks after an assassination attempt on Donald Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle resigned today. It follows a push by lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and a heated hearing yesterday where Cheadle came up short on answers to what led to security lapses. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Here on Capitol Hill, there has been a repeated calls for Cheadle to resign, particularly from House Republicans and at least one congressional Democrat. They have said there was a failure. They have said that the Secret Service was responsible. There was one lawmaker when Cheadle testified here on Capitol Hill that said that she looked negligent because former President Trump survived. But if he had been killed, that bullet again, just less than an inch away from his head, she would be, quote, culpable.
Cheadle says she takes full responsibility for the security lapse. Several investigations into the agency's handling continue. This is ABC News. ABC's Rihanna Nally. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, conducted a study giving low-income families money to spend on anything. ABC's Andrew Dimbert tells us what that study found.
Altman's study gave 1,000 low-income people $1,000 per month over a 3-year period. The research was conducted amid concerns that artificial intelligence will eventually make millions of jobs obsolete, leaving many people scrambling to find new ways to make a living. Altman's study found people mostly spent the extra money on basics, such as food, rent, and transportation. The largest increase in their spending was to help family and friends with their bills. Many people also put money in the bank. On average, with the extra money, they worked about 1 hour less per week.
The study also found with the extra money each month, people initially had less financial stress, but that stress eventually returned 2 to 3 years later. The Postal Service has unveiled 2 new Forever stamps. One honors former all-time home run king Hank Aaron. The other pays tribute to Jeopardy host Alex Trebek. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What? No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm going to do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes.
And sometimes all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up. See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time.
What? No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
KHOW News Time, 11:03.
Colorado Democrats are lining up in support of Vice President Kamala Harris to be their nominee after President Biden dropped out of the race over the weekend. Senator John Hickenlooper.
I endorsed Vice President Harris because over the last several years, I've spent enough time with her and seen her in action.
Numerous Colorado delegates to next month's Democratic National Convention have already said they will support Harris to be the party's nominee. A man who was shot by Fort Collins police has died of his injuries. It happened on Sunday when police say 42-year-old Clayton Pierce was seen standing next to his car after he crashed it and was holding a gun. When officers approached the scene, an exchange of gunfire began. One officer was wounded but was taken to the hospital and later released. Investigators say Pierce was taken into custody after he ran onto the grounds of a nearby cemetery. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
New delays over on the west end of town. I-76 eastbound, a crash in the left lane approaching Federal has slow traffic back from Sheridan, seeing about 5 minutes of delays. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints for our Tuesday morning commute. And heading to the south end of town, Parker Road southbound, stop-and-go traffic through ongoing roadwork between Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way, about 25 minutes of delays there. I-70 east and westbound, flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Another hot one out there this afternoon, high 90 before the day's end. Overnight low of 62. Sunny tomorrow as well, and even warmer with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver is 74 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Shop Macy's Backstage today for amazing deals on everything you need for summer. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you at macy'sbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Will you have the income you need for retirement? Worried about your investments? There's something you can do about it. A plan guaranteed in writing not to lose a dime. Guaranteed returns. Income for life. Call now for a free retirement evaluation and get a free best-selling book by certified financial planner Joe Chiano. 303-779-6600. The book, Smart Money.
I think yeah, I think I should have told him that. I'll tell him that. I thought about that when. Well, I didn't think so, but I thought like. Well, I mean, when you were talking, that's what I thought about. You know, so.
To win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Whatever's on your mind, we strive to help you, whether we can help you directly or we can help you through our experts. with advice or whatever. All you have to do is call 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, or you can call, of course, 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466. 888heating.com is available to troubleshoot your air conditioner and put in a new system, or any plumbing or electrical issue you have as well. And they're good, honest people. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. Now, Anna, she called yesterday, and I wanted to get an expert, or she called this morning, I wanted to get an expert on, I'm going to get Brad O'Brien on, because I gave her some advice off the street, but not legal advice, and Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney, olslaw.com. Anna and her son has been renting a single-family home for the past 5 years. Then they got notice that at the end of this year, the previous year's lease, which is up at the end of July, they said they're not renewing the lease. Basically, they're selling the house. So Anna's son found a home to buy. Now, they were notified about this a while ago. He found a home to buy, but the woman threw him a curveball where they're buying the house, and they won't be able to move in for another month. So they would like to stay at the house they're in for another month. They are not getting a response from the management company. They said, can we, instead of leaving at the end of July, can we leave at the end of August? Now, again, I don't know what kind of trouble they can get in, Brad, but I told him if it was me, I would simply say things change. I mean, because remember now, it wasn't Anna and her son that told them they're leaving. It was the landlord that sent them a notice saying we're not renewing the lease. Now, Anna, in the notice, when they said we're not renewing the lease, we're selling the property, did they say you had to be out by a certain date?
July 31st.
Okay. So it was all in that letter, right?
Right.
And when did you get that letter?
It was, I think, 90 days ago.
Okay, so Brad,
Not positive.
would they get in a lot of trouble? I said, look, I don't see what trouble they can get into by simply paying the rent and saying we have to stay another 30 days. I mean, by the time they get an eviction, I think they're going to be, I don't know if a landlord would bother going through all that trouble. Brad?
Nope.
Is Brad O'Brien on?
He's there.
Hi, Brad.
I'm here.
Yes, Brad, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Would she get, okay, let's say she has to leave. Did you hear the case, though?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if she doesn't leave at the end of July, at the end of the lease, and they pay the rent and just want to stay through the end of August, can you see any big complications? I don't even think they can get an eviction before then, do you?
Well, no, you can't really get an eviction. The landlord cannot get an eviction done in that amount of time, 3 to 4 weeks. It'd take a little bit longer than that. But first place to look on a question like this is the written lease. Sometimes they do say what happens in a holdover situation. Even if it's not allowed by the landlord, sometimes it'll say a holdover is going to be at 150% of the previous month. So,
I see.
So if they're paying $1,000 rent month rent now, it'd be $1,500 if that kind of a provision were in there.
So, do you have, Anna, any access to that written lease?
I'm sure my son does. I don't have it. I don't know what it says.
You need to look at the holdover provisions and see what penalty is in there. That's what we would call it, right, Brad, a penalty?
Yeah, it would increase the rent by a certain percentage over what it was previously.
But what do you think the practical implications are, Brad? Like what?
Well, practically speaking, this ought to be resolved amicably between landlord and tenant, because it would take a lot of money, attorney fees, and time in going to court to do an eviction that wouldn't even be realistically accomplished within 30 days. On the other hand, staying longer does risk having to get hit with attorney fees if the landlord does start some action, because most leases do say that landlord can collect their attorney fees on an eviction action.
And the new laws don't change things any on because they had a legit reason if they're selling the house to terminate the lease.
Well, I didn't hear, but yes, a landlord can terminate a lease now or not renew it, put it that way. They can refuse to renew it for the next term if they give 90 days advance notice and give one of the allowed reasons, and wanting to sell it is one of those reasons. So did that landlord give a 90-day advance notice?
Yes, she did. Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. Yep.
It sounds like the landlord's probably doing everything correctly. And so, Anna,
Yeah.
you guys, when did you let them know you needed to stay another 30 days?
Just about a week or so ago, when we found out from the woman that we're purchasing the home from.
And you haven't
Let them
heard
know
back, right?
Away.
And you haven't
We have
heard.
not heard anything. You can't talk to anybody. You have to text. We went to the office, and there's no one there. So we've just gotten no response from them. We told them that what the situation was and that we had to stay another 30 days because we have no place to go.
No, I understand.
And it was a last-minute thing. Gave them the name of our realtor to verify everything that we're saying is accurate, and we get no response.
Well, as you heard, Brad said it's going to take them longer than 30 days, most likely, to get an eviction. And he doesn't know if they'd go through the trouble, although technically there could be attorney's provisions in there, attorney's fees, if they do want to do it. It would be really an exercise in futility, as they say, because by the time they got an eviction, it would be after you're out already anyway. The other thing Brad mentioned that I think is important is that you may be subject to a holdover penalty of some kind where they raise the rent. And so look for that and call us back if you have any questions. And, of course, for anyone listening, Brad O'Brien is olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. And that's what he does. He does real estate law. And, again, I personally, if it was me, I would pay the rent. I would absolutely pay and say, we'll be out at the end of this month. We just couldn't time it perfectly. In all practicality, by the way, I wouldn't wait till the end of the month either. I'd still keep telling them in the emails, you're not leaving. But in all practicality, it would be silly to take you to court over that. I mean, in my opinion, but that's not a legal opinion. No. Brad, thank you very much. And just let us know, though, once you read that lease, or if you want to send a copy, about holdover provisions. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They are also doing mold detection and mitigation. If you have a problem with mold, you get an honest company on your side, GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Free second opinions are so important now because when it's so extremely hot and you're wondering, oh my God, do I need a new air conditioning unit? And they tell you you do, you can get a free second opinion with Fix It 24/7. You may also wonder, what about anything else I need, like a whole drain replacement? Free second opinions. Fix It 24/7 isn't going to go there with a guarantee to replace something. They want to try to make it work. They want you to rely on them and to have a positive experience. But if you do need a replacement, they'd be happy to take a stab at your business as well. It's a no-lose situation. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. You know, when it comes to the world today, things are not always perfect. People are getting into fights at work. People are getting into fights in the neighborhood. I'm serious. Now, we had one guy that got in a political argument, and then the other neighbor accused him of assault. He needed Joe Lazzara Now, there are times people get in fights. There are times they drink a little too much after work. I don't want to make light of that, by the way. You should always have a designated driver. But if you smoke weed or you drink and you miscalculate and you're pulled over for a DUI, you need an attorney to get through the system. Joe Lazzara will represent you on flat rates. He talks to you free of charge first, then flat rate pricing on all offenses. Lazzara, Joe Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com. Or you can always call Joe. That's Joe Lazzara, Lazzara Legal, 303-429-6200.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most,
All right.
call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven it is clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline. He can't get you that price and pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on money to generate
What?
demand for you.
Yeah, she has.
Approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900.
Over 100 million, just barely over 100.
Oh, there's probably a lot of people holding back from giving it to maybe buyers. See what was going to happen.
First timers for this election.
I wonder if Jill had to call the Secret Service head and say, it's now or we fire you tomorrow.
Oh, no, I gave you a different kind of... No way. I just changed you from editor to a viewer, by the way. That's Chopper. It would be dangerous to give you editing privileges.
It's a call screener?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
And I took yours away too, Dak. I had you guys down at editors, which means you could really fuck it up.
Hey, Tom, you also need to update help at Troubleshooter.
Oh.
That's what I use to sign in on the computers for the guys.
Okay, so what do you mean? Do you want me to make that accessible to the call screener?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Somebody's going to have to accept for help. I'll do that right now.
We'll let Kelly handle that.
Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass when I have to update this, but I had to do it. Okay. And do we want to make that just a viewer, Kelly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, got it. It's sent. It's sent to help.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Movie skies dominating once again with an air quality alert for that wildfire smoke and from zone today. Temperatures are back up in the low 90s. I'm Bob 31, the weather meteorologist at work.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com.
Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more. All at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Bob, what's going on in your life? What's happening, Bob?
I've got a car question, Tom.
Yes, sir.
My manual says I never need to change the transmission fluid or the differential in my transaxle or the rear axle.
Yeah, they call it a lifetime fluid, which is BS, by the way.
Okay. So when the mechanic recommends we should probably change them, I should probably have them changed, right?
Yeah. Now, here's the bottom line. What they're trying to show you is that their car is less maintenance. And they call them sealed units, and they're not sealed. And they say they don't need service. But nothing is further from the truth. Now, will it be lifetime? It's not your lifetime. It's lifetime of whatever the unit is. But, I mean, it's ridiculous. We've had our experts time and time again say, you may let it might be a good synthetic fluid, and it can extend a while. But you do have to eventually service and change it. You have a 2017. How many miles?
91,000.
Yeah. So you're doing pretty good still. But, I mean, I would call Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, or call Sheridan Auto Tech, or call any of our fine people at referrallist.com. They're going to be straight with you on that. But I would definitely do it. And again, how's drivability right now? Doing well?
Oh, it drives great. That's the old thing of,
if it ain't broke, right? Well, people say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But
right, and I'm probably going to keep it another year, 18 months.
That's really up to you then. It's really a judgment call. I mean, the manual does not call for any maintenance. So you can honestly say if you sell it or trade it, that you've maintained it. If you don't want to do it and you're only going to keep it another year, maybe you don't want to, and everything's going well. I don't know if I would. If I was only going to keep it another year or two, I would not do it.
Okay, but I am getting the brake fluid changed because I know that absorbs moisture. And,
of course.
Stuff like that. Look, I just wanted to run it by you guys because normally I do that stuff about at 80,000 miles, and I let it slide a little bit. But
yeah,
I like the car, but 2 more years.
We've had that question a lot, by the way, but mainly from people who want to keep him. And again, I think it's always wise to service. Now, I will say this: the old, and this is not transmission, by the way, Bob, but and thanks for calling, but. The other maintenance that people recommend, like they used to say oil changes every 3,000, that's absolutely not needed anymore. Absolutely not needed. You can go way longer with a good synthetic blend or a synthetic. Now, would you go beyond 10? I would never go beyond 10, and most of my experts are saying 5 to 6,000. Do you use synthetic oils?
It doesn't call for it, but I change the oil and filter synthetic every 5,000 miles.
That's really good. Yeah, you're going to keep that humming. Did you have it from new, the 2017?
No, I got it with 33.5 on it off of Craigslist, if you believe that, and still had a 6 months left in warranty.
That's pretty cool. Well, yeah. Craigslist wouldn't be my first choice, but anyway, thanks for calling. 303-713-8255. Let's talk about other things near and dear to your heart and pocketbook. So I'm getting some texts on leases. People are thinking that landlords must renew. Now, they must not terminate unless it is for what they're calling just cause. But one of those just causes is definitely having it up for sale. If you're going to sell it, you can get rid of people. Also, certain relatives that move in, you can terminate the lease for that. But you can't just make up a story about it because you could end up in court. Now, a couple questions. People say, Tom, is there any word on documentation of a $500 bet with Mark over the guy over President Biden dropping out? Because Mark, now I remember Mark saying, hey, he's not going to be the candidate. I said, he absolutely is going to be the candidate. So I was wrong on it for sure. But then Mark, and I do remember Mark making a bet. Mark always makes bets. He said he made a bet with Hillary and Trump, and he never did. Or, I mean, he did. He thought he did. But I don't make political bets, and I certainly don't bet against things I want. Now, he's not here to defend himself, so Mark's going to tell you I did make a bet. And some of you YouTube morons, by the way, I'm reading this from YouTube. That's why I brought it up. Some of my YouTube morons are going to say that yeah, they heard me do it. But I mean, if Mark told you, that I wear pantyhose and dresses at night, you'd say yes too. I mean, you just automatically give me crap. But I, honest to God, don't think that I accepted a bet because I normally do not. First of all, I normally don't bet big money, and I certainly don't bet on political stuff. But there could have been a wild hair. Listen, I'm thinking there could have been a wild hair where I thought there's no way Biden's dropping out, and maybe I gave him the impression I would do it, and if so, I'm going to pay him. But I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Again, I wouldn't, and by my board ops don't remember. Now, Kachina says she remembers, but come on, Kachina. She can't say exactly when or how or blah,
It
blah,
was
blah.
in March.
Tom, Mark's giving me $300 if I say he did.
But then he only gets to keep $200 because it's a $500
Well,
bet.
hold on. It was in March.
Okay, look at the, really?
Yes.
Why do you say March? Why?
Because I remember.
Do you remember anything else that was on the show that day or anything happening around that time?
It was relatively slow.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
Mark and you got into a little bit of a
discussion.
Yes, a discussion. That's a brilliant way to put it. And there were words laid down, including a $500 bet.
Oh, come on.
It was.
Nah,
sorry.
You're dreaming.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I say I don't know because the last thing I want to do is I've said this before. Absolutely not. I never said anything like that where I was wrong. But I don't think first of all, I don't normally bet money. I don't. I mean, I bet lunches and Mark will tell you I own 1,000 lunches, but I bet dinners and lunches, and I often bet things. But anyway, 303.
Well, that's why I remember it.
What do you mean?
Because you actually have, in my presence here, you have bet a lot of lunches, a lot of dinners between the two of you. But this was the first time that you actually took on a bet for cash. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're credible or not there.
Okay. All right.
Kachina. Did I bet on the final
Maybe
four?
Mark's giving her half, Tom.
Did I bet on the final four with you?
No, of course not, because Purdue lost. Come on. That was horrible.
Anyway, okay, so listen, on a serious note, I just happened to get this text about tipping, and someone said on YouTube, and I don't think it's correct, that self-serve gasoline pumps literally have a line now if you want to leave a tip. I don't believe it. I think that's hogwash. I think it's an urban legend. I have never once been to a self-service. Well, all I do is self-service, really. I've never been to self-pumping, do-it-yourself, self-serve pumps where there's a tip. Come on. In fact, I've never been to a gas station, even full service, where they ask for a tip. But I certainly would not tip for self-service. Now, there's a big discussion on this stuff. There's a big discussion on tipping, more so now than I've heard in years, because they flip that thing around on you. You walk up to get a coffee. Should you tip on a coffee? Well, I tip on coffee. A lot of people feel like to-go food, you shouldn't tip for to-go food. But they take the food and package it and get it ready and put it all together for you and hand it to you, right? So why shouldn't you tip if you're picking it up? People say, nope, if I'm standing, I don't tip, whatever that means. So the tipping part is really controversial on whether or not who you should tip and when. Not that people don't want to tip, but it's when to tip. Now, I know in bigger cities, people tip doormen for opening a door. Or have you ever seen where you go into a restroom and somebody hands you a towel, a paper towel, or maybe even a cloth towel and a fancy one, or a mouthwash or something, or they're called restroom attendants? Have you seen that? Now that, I kind of think, come on, man. You go to the restroom, the guy's right there behind you, he hands you a towel, soaps your hands, squirt, right? And then you're supposed to tip the restroom attendant. I understand people want to make money, but that, I don't know. Like, if you don't ask for it, should you have to tip for it? And where do you absolutely not tip? I'm trying to think. I think whenever I've been presented with a tip line, I've tipped. But I don't think I've ever been presented with a ridiculous tip line. Let's see, frozen yogurt, coffee, prepared food to go, I tip. Of course, Uber and Lyft, when I like to take now and then, if I'm going downtown or somewhere where I don't want to hassle, I tip. At the gas pump, absolutely never. Absolutely never. One guy says, I will send you a picture of a gas pump with a tip on it, with a tip line. John, I want you to send it, help@troubleshooter.com. You can send the picture there. That's our email here on the show. But I absolutely can't believe that. Now, have you ever tipped a professional when they've done a job for you? For example, Steve the painter, Star Quality Painting. He did my front door, right? Well, he's done a lot for me. He does stucco touch-up, front doors, whatever. My front door is a wooden door, and the sun beat the hell out of it. And he came and sanded and took care of it, and it was really a great job. And he charged me, I thought, a really fair price. And they worked their asses off. I don't, and I'm not trying to say this because I'm magnanimous or anything, but I thought, you know what? I'd pay $50 more for that, and I tipped him. Is that appropriate? What do you think? Anyway, we just got an email from John, one of my YouTube morons, who says that he has proof that a self-serve gasoline pump has asked for a tip. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Dan McKenzie is an estate planning attorney, and this is something everyone needs. Now, you heard earlier we had one of our experts on. Dan is also an expert. He can do a trust for you. He can do a simple will, a complicated will. He can do a combination of the two. He can also help you with businesses and structuring assets to be passed on through death, maybe even without a trust. Dan will give you personalized attention. He has a great, what I call a boutique firm, meaning you get direct access to him and your plan. 833-CO-PLANS.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
Slowdowns continue on the south end of town. Parker Road southbound, we've got stop-and-go traffic due to ongoing road work between Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way. About 15 minutes of delays for our Aurora and Parker drivers. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. It's a quiet day throughout the Denver metro, especially as we head into the late morning hours. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Back to I-25, no complaints down south to Colorado Springs. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 90 degrees, nice and warm again, overnight low of 62. Even warmer tomorrow, Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver, 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Shop Macy's Backstage today for amazing deals on everything you need for summer. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you at macy'sbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
We all have autos, or at least most of us do, right? And auto repair and maintenance is so important. And you want honesty. That's the very first thing. Well, obviously we want, experience and the technical skills, and Sheridan Auto Tech has all of that. But we want honesty. Value's great too. And convenience with plenty of parking and all of that. Sheridan Auto Tech offers all of it, including electrical repairs. Whether it's light or heavy maintenance, or regular service, or pre-buy inspections on used cars, SheridanAutoTech.com. Then you'll love these people. That's 303-455-7242.
How do you preserve your wealth and live the lifestyle you've always wanted to?
You look good, Frank. Why are you always looking? On these hot days, man, isn't it hard to wear?
Used to get tipped when you served masses.
Your head sits right there, bro.
Yeah. And a wedding.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, got here. All my morons and flunkies.
That's why you collected. Yeah.
Say hi to Frankie boy. I'm going to bring him up on wide shot here.
Tom, have you seen this guy on YouTube? His name is Asil Suede. He tries everybody's diets.
Oh my
He tries
God.
Sylvester Stallone's diets to
It's
just all
irony.
the muscle guys. Just tries everybody's diet all the time. He's got type 1 diabetes, but the guy's just in great shape. And he shows you what everybody eats like for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and that kind of thing. Have you ever seen him or no?
No.
If you ever get a chance, if you go on YouTube, you type something like I tried Sylvester Stallone's diet or whatever, he'll come up. Really cool guy.
That was a rough job. I mean, you never got a break.
No.
I don't see any articles here. What?
I camping and I did scout stuff, and, just family vacation. And I'd get one of my buddies out of town, or sometimes our regional, the guy that delivered the paper from the post, like, we drop them off at our house. And sometimes they used to have neighbors that would, because we'd get the classifieds on Saturday afternoon. And so if someone was looking to buy a car, so sometimes a neighbor would come over and say, hey, can you get the classifieds? Saturday before you deliver them.
I remember some paper boys had like double routes, and I mean, these were when they had bicycles.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, and I mean, they were like loaded with papers.
I had like 105 customers or something.
That's
And
a
the
lot.
bags, I had
Yeah.
I was damn good.
Oh, now, you mean that was the bags that they put the paper in? Because
No, I meant like the bags that you'd wrap around
right,
your
handlebars. And see, those papers didn't have the plastic bags.
No,
back
we
then.
didn't have those.
Yeah.
We had rubber bands.
Mark's still on vacation?
Yeah, Marcus is on that motor trip.
Was he? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I forgot they had rubber bands on them, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or sometimes the band would come off, and throw it, and
Oh, yeah, then it, yeah, in flight.
Right. Say, whoops. Newspapers all over the guy's front yard.
The picture,
Oh, Mark's there now.
So,
That's
your son graduating.
.com. Now 3 rooms starting at $109. Plus they do upholstery, tile and grout, just about any surface in your home. Call now, and when they're done cleaning, you get 2 tickets to the Renaissance Festival. Hurry while supplies last. That's starting at $109 for 3 rooms, but at any price, your health is worth it, and they're really clean for your home. Get Zero Resified. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, joins me. Frank, thanks for being here, brother.
Good to see you, my friend.
Now, we got a comment. Jabba wants to talk about tipping. I heard that people now expect to tip at a self-serve gas station. I do not believe it. I think that picture's bogus. I don't think it's real. Why would ever a self-service gas station ask for a tip? Anyway, Jabba, what do you think on tipping?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, too, on the gas pump. But, you and I have already had a discussion about, us bottom feeders around here in America, and how I describe a bottom feeder is somebody who makes $250,000 or less. And
wow, there's a lot of bottom feeders. Do you think? Are you calling under 250,000? Are you calling that a paltry raise? Or a salary?
Yeah, a year. Yeah, exactly.
250. So you're saying 250 is just barely making a living, is what you're saying?
Not necessarily. You're making a good living, but you also have to share. You also have to have, some people don't make but $60,000 to $80,000 a year, and here to live in Colorado, you have to at least share the money, because if you don't, then that person that you build that relationship with, he's not going to take care of you the next time. Yeah. Or she, or whoever, whom, or whatever that is. So you want to build a relationship, and you want to take care of that person.
That's right.
Because I'll guarantee you, if you're in line somewhere, and he sees you first, there's a relationship there.
Yeah, there is.
But certain things, it's everybody's choice. Totally get it. Everybody's choice to tip. But if you think about it, if that person has a good trade, like the person on the door, does the door, does a fabulous job. Yes, unless he's an owner. Now, I think owners should not get tipped if they're doing the job. But if they have an employee that's doing the job for that owner, hell yeah, I'm going to give him extra money.
Now, I think I have a weird feeling about tips. I think everyone deserves, and when I say a living wage, I'm not talking about a career wage. I don't think just because you work at a fast food joint 40 hours a week the rest of your life, you need to support a family of 4 or 5 on it. I mean, it was never meant to be that kind of job. But I think you deserve a decent wage for what you do. I really do. And then the tip should be extra if people do want to tip. But I don't like when they depend, when a restaurant owner or a fast food joint or something, where they depend on the patrons tipping in order to pay their people a living wage. I think that's kind of cheating a little, because it's like, just raise your prices and pay a decent wage. I think tipping should be totally extra due to someone taking extra care of you. I don't think it should be built. It has almost become an expectation, like a mandatory or an obligation, and then you for a certain amount of tip, and then you tip more if they do a good job. But and that got ass out of hand. I mean, that's not the way it is. It should have been for exceptional service, period, not for normal service.
Yeah, and I totally agree about that, Tom, because another thing is that I kind of have a beef with. I'm giving this person gratification of the tip, right? Well, I don't like it when they have to share it with everybody else.
Yeah, now, but I don't get into that.
But did something great to me, I'm going to go back there and say, hey, awesome, because he never gets a tip.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Jack, listen, you want to talk about a contractor. Now, you are a contractor, right, Jack? Jack,
Yes,
you're
I'm a contractor.
And are you having an issue getting paid?
No. So the client is actually having an issue.
Oh.
So they're a young couple with their first baby. They're in their young 20s. Just bought a house 2 years ago, and they had some flooding issues with water. When they brought me in, I discovered that the previous homeowner dug out a crawl space, put in a full basement, didn't pull any permits, and put in an ADU too. They want to get everything up to code, but is there any liability for
There could be.
realtor or the
There could
or the
be.
previous owner?
I'm going to ask Frank Durand about that too. Frank Durand, the real estate man. Hold on. We'll come right back to you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs, a whole new way to nug.
Slowdowns continue on the south end of town. Parker Road southbound, we've got stop-and-go traffic due to ongoing road work between Quincy Avenue and South Lewiston Way. About 15 minutes of delays for our Aurora and Parker drivers. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. It's a quiet day throughout the Denver metro, especially as we head into the late morning hours. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Back to I-25, no complaints down south to Colorado Springs. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 90 degrees, nice and warm again. Overnight low of 62. Even warmer tomorrow, Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 95. The current temperature in Denver, 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The best nugs are now even better. Wendy's new Saucy Nugs take the nugs you love and sauce them up in bold flavors, including buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, and spicy ghost pepper. Try them all today. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
FixMyHome.com. That's the website for Fix It 24/7. Now, I've known these people for a long time, and what they strive to do is service above all for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and they want to offer free second opinions if you've been told you need a new AC, and on a hot day like this, you might, or maybe whatever we've had on 100-degree days, you're going to think, yeah, I need it, but maybe you don't. Now, Fix It wants to give you free second opinions. Of course, they would love a shot at your business, but they're not going to automatically assume you need something new. That's hence the name Fix It, if they can. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. When someone says you need new, give them a call for a free second opinion. 720-526-3939. Hey, if you want an opinion on your roof before you call your insurance to see if you have damage, don't call just any roofer. A lot of these roofers make you sign something at the door for them to even look at your roof. Excel Roofing never plays that game. Don't sign anything to get a roofer to look at your roof. That's a tricky way to get you into a contract. Plus, they have penalty clauses if you want to change your mind or withdraw. Excel doesn't play those games. They will examine your roof and give you a free estimate and a complete detailed contract on what you need. And that's all free of charge without any obligation. Once you sign, they don't even want a dime. They don't want a penny. They don't want a cent until you're content. That is what they do. They don't take your insurance check. They don't do anything. No one does business like that. Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. And you can count on them for sure. Excel Roofing, don't get caught in that trap with someone who traps you. 303-761-6400, 761-6400. Okay. Yeah, so this disclosure stuff happens a lot. It just is a pain. Yeah. Memo says it's not. Lease.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm great. How are you? Okay.
Have you seen that? Because you do. You have to hit the right amount of zeros. Because one day I saw, whoa, 100. No. You know, I had enough.
I did. That was me.
Well, right. You know that little
Yeah.
burrito stand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave it.
All
Well,
the burritos.
you know, I'm a
So
little
that's why
older
I
than
know
40,
that
but
you
thank you
get
for
10
the
cents or something,
thank you for the compliment.
So,
no, I had.
you guys work
I've
out
already
every
given it
day?
to Tom, and he's reviewing it.
Not every day.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because you got to give your
body rest. Yeah.
Unless some people they alternate muscle groups.
Yeah.
But I go every other day on my whole body work.
That's awesome, Tom. I think you have to. As much, it doesn't do me good to do what I do. You have to keep yourself mentally and physically strong and sharp. You know.
I work out my brain every day. So do you.
Do you take aminos at all?
I take a full complement of supplements, not specifically amino acid, but they're in my multiple. And I do everything based on blood work.
Yours look better than mine.
A lot of people do it based on what they want, fads, but I go simply by blood work. If I need it, I take it.
Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the Summer Games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jack said that he has clients who bought a house, and he's doing some repairs in it. He said that the previous owners made a bunch of alterations without proper permitting. Jack, how long have your clients owned this home, your customers?
They've been in it for 2 years. They bought it in 2022.
Okay, that might be a problem. Now, they only have a certain amount of time, but it's a non-disclosure thing, if anything, okay? Meaning, if they lied to them, they may not have lied to them. Do they have access to a disclosure statement?
I'm pretty sure they do. One thing that I have, if it's a two-bedroom house and then they put in an unpermitted basement and sell it as a four-bedroom house, would that be fraud?
No, because these people, it's not like they blindfolded the people. I mean, they can sell it. They can sell it if they put two bedrooms in the basement as a 5-bedroom or 4, however many bedrooms. Of course they can. Now, if you go in there and you see, well, 2 of those bedrooms are in the basement, I don't call this a 4-bedroom. I mean, that's semantics, man. But the real issue is, did they misrepresent the house? Misrepresenting the house is not saying something that you can see for yourself. It's lying about it. Like saying it has an air conditioning system. And let's say, obviously you might be able to discover that on your own, but still that could be fraud if it's represented as having air conditioning and it doesn't. Or, they say it's natural gas and it's not. It's propane, it's buried tank, or something that is totally misrepresented. But if they say it has an oversized garage and you don't like the size of the garage, that's something you could go in and walk around and see for yourself. But what you can't see for yourself is if something was done illegally or improperly, like without proper engineering or or if a drainage problem wasn't fixed, or if a sewer backup persisted and they didn't tell you about it. So non-disclosure is something that they hid from you or lied about. Now, they finished a basement without permits. Is that correct?
Not only that, they took a crawl space, dug it out, put in a 10-foot basement, and then didn't have any of the engineering done for those major structural modifications.
Now, hold on. You have substance over form. The form is they didn't do the proper permitting and all of that. That would be a disclosure issue. It would not be a loss issue unless the substance of it was done improperly. The fact they didn't have permits doesn't mean it's dangerous. However, it could be dangerous. There are two situations. People often confuse them. The permitting process is a disclosure thing. The safety thing is something totally different. Hold on and we'll discuss it. This sounds like they have a pretty good case.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Building permits pulled if they fill out the property disclosure, which they do.
And if they say, what if they say no? What if they, doesn't it ask have improvements been made without building permits or
Yeah,
something?
in fact, it'll exactly they ask it is any additions or alterations made with a building permit, and then the second one, any additions.
Okay, good.
Alterations made without a building permit.
Good.
So they ask it both ways, actually. Yeah, and I'd say 99% of the time they fill it out, Tom. Very rarely do they not fill out a property disclosure.
They even say, do people admit when they didn't have a permit?
Oh, yeah, and I always ask them. When I go on the listing appointment, I ask those questions up front. Hey, any permits, any major issues at the house? I mean, I got to know all this stuff up front. Was it ever used, meth ever in the house? I mean, you got to ask all these things. Do I have 2 minutes? Okay, I'll be right back.
Absolutely, Frank.
Oh.
A long time ago he said that. He's just getting there. Right. Try the call screener thing, or
No, what password do you use?
you don't have to. No, you just hit his link. At least I never have. I mean, you have to go to your.
There was something like for my.
You got to go to your email that is coming up on it.
Yeah, my troubleshooter email.
And it'll be in there, Tom. Da da da. And it says screener thing.
Yeah.
You just hit it.
Because I.
Yeah, you have to get the right one.
Right, because I told Tom to
Yeah.
send it to Troubleshooter.
You accidentally put your daughter's name on the troubleshooter. A, line things up a centimeter from her hairline.
Or switch from the channel.
Because a lot of times I'm signed in to my my other Gmails, and I have it on the toolbar too also.
Right, see, 'cause
And I just hit it, and it'll say denied, and then I have to go back and sign in on the troubleshooter one.
Right, I think that's what it wants me to do. See, and it says, invited you to view the following spreadsheet. Edit upwards, which I can totally understand. Use like the bold.
Yeah.
He keeps a lot of stuff.
Oh.
All those show notes and things.
Mhm.
If that got messed up,
You got.
I don't think he'd be here anymore.
Fully articulate how excited it would be for me to be able to participate in Chicago, and unlike James, holding the cover to be our candidate.
Democrats are set to meet tomorrow to decide whether there will be a virtual roll call vote at the convention or whether
Bull hasn't figured out that I'm not doing a typo yet because he hasn't said anything. I always say, have your family and friend. like,
Oh, right.
like he only has one, one friend.
Oh, just hit 60.
Mhm.
that's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, impact traffic.
Did they say soon? And Mark was traveling today, or?
I don't know if they're on the road. Last Thursday, they went to this RV park in Las Vegas that they really like.
Nope.
But I don't
Yeah.
know if they're going somewhere else today or.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I speaking with...
Yeah, sometimes they just don't like.
Before that, they were at that dumpy one
They were, yeah, somewhere in California.
with the dog or something.
Right. But this one in Vegas they've been to, and I think they sent a picture. All right, so we have your motorhome, right? But I think
Yeah, everybody called at once, Tom.
Yeah.
It's the way it usually works, too.
I would imagine.
It's the market.
Yeah.
Market's softened a bit because there's more inventory, but we're still moving. And it's just that people got to realize you may not sell in the first 48 hours. It may take a few weeks.
Oh, really?
And there's also a higher fallout of homes falling out at inspection because buyers get antsy with rates and they change their minds. So it's important to be prepared for that when you go under contract because that's a reality of this market. I mean, it's still relatively low inventory, Tom. It's just not like it was a few months back. We had 30% more inventory month over month going into June, so a lot more choices. But with rates, now they're talking about dropping them in September. And I think the buyers buying now are pretty smart because if they wait for the rates to drop, you know what's going to happen. Prices will go up, and then all of a sudden they're paying more for real estate but getting a lesser rate.
Drive a car in there then.
At least here they have a little more clout.
Coming up soon.
797-8717.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, to make your life a little easier. And I have Frank Duran, the real estate man, with me today, and we're talking anything you want to talk about, really. We talked a little bit about tipping and when you should tip and when not to tip. Now, I know a lot of people bitch about tipping, and really the reality is our society is moving on tipping, but I think some of the problems people have is where to tip and when to tip, because some people are asking for tips where it seems a little out of the ordinary, that where you didn't have tipping before. And so what is a ridiculous place to expect a tip, and when should you get a tip? There are times, though, when you hardly have interaction with a staff, and then they want a tip. Some people are saying at a convenience store, they literally had a place for a tip, and I found that hard to believe. Someone else said they even saw one at a self-service pump, and I flat out refused to believe that one. Frank Duran was talking about real estate. We're going to talk about that in a little while. On a side note here, there's a quick question here on text, and I'm going to go back to the phones. Tom, we had a major hailstorm about a month ago. Yeah, I remember. And I need to get an insurance adjuster to take a look. What do I need to do first in respect to, with the adjuster out? And what should I ask the adjuster or do with the adjuster, blah, blah, blah. And I said, absolutely do not call an insurance company first, ever. You have to first verify you truly do have roof damage. You got to call a roofer first. A reputable roofer, I always say, call one of the people on my referral list, or of course, Excel Roofing. I love excelroofing.com. And here's why. First, don't sign a contract with a roofer. Have a roofer inspect and offer a contract so you know exactly what you need. If a roofer says, I'll do whatever the insurance approves, then tell them to take a hike. You do not want that roofer at all. You want a roofer who tells you what you need based on their knowledge and experience. Then you can compare that to the adjuster to make sure the adjuster is giving you a fair shake. Then you can sign a contract with a roofer if you'd like. But I personally would never sign a contract with a roofer that wants money up front, and I would never sign a contract that had a penalty clause. That's what I would do. All right, let's talk to Jack. He's a contractor who, by the way, he said he went into a client's house, a customer's house. They just bought it a couple years ago, and there's a lot of stuff in there that's not permitted, meaning they did not pull a building permit. Now, I want to explain this because this is really important. When you buy a property and there were improvements done without a permit, the mere fact that there is no permit does not break the law or constitute fraud. Okay? That alone does not constitute fraud. Jack, what constitutes fraud is if they don't have a permit and say they do have a permit, okay? Or they say they didn't do something when they did do something, or they did something and they didn't do it. In other words, if they lie. Now, what about the actual work itself? The permit in and of itself does not guarantee quality, whether it's proper or not. In fact, you could have a permitted job that was done totally incorrectly. Yes, you can. You can also have a non-permitted job that was done extraordinarily well. The permit is not an indication of quality. You know that as a contractor, Jack. So the question is, were your clients wronged when they bought a house that had improvements done without a permit? There's two ways to look at it. First, whether they had a permit or not, if the improvements were done improperly, they could have liability. The second is, if they didn't have a permit and misrepresented it, that's another area. So let's take a look. The work itself, you said was done, but is it dangerous? would an engineer say, oh my God, the house is going to fall down? Tell me what an engineer, and why didn't a home inspector pick this up? Jack, bunch of questions.
The reason that was the first question. I didn't know why a home inspector would pick this up. In terms of safety, they did not have proper egress windows in the basement. The window wells aren't big enough, nor are the windows, and the sills are too high to comply with code.
But when they dug out a basement, how did they shore up that basement if they dug out a 10-foot basement? Did they put up proper foundation? Did they? What did they do?
I could see the foundation wall, and it looked extremely rough. It looked like they just put forms on the inside after they dug it out, and it's unknown whether or not they put footers in.
Jeez.
So, I mean, that's why you get an engineer involved to sign off on the structural modifications of that type of job. Mm-hmm. She told me that the person was a concrete contractor and did all the work himself, which you can clearly see because the build quality is terrible.
Well, then why didn't they have the house inspected before they bought it?
They had an inspector buy it, but she told me that when she was doing the disclosures, she was pressured by the realtor saying, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
What do you mean pressured? What I want to ask is this. Frank Duran, the disclosure document, talk about what it asks with permits. You have it right there.
Tom, it's actually item L of the seller's property disclosure, and it's...
Does everyone use the same disclosure?
Yes, the real estate approved. This
okay,
is the one
go ahead.
Use, yeah. And
go ahead.
So that's items 8 and 9. They ask if there was a permit or if done without a building permit. So that's...
It asks both.
Oh, yeah, it's clearly...
Was there work done with a permit? Was there work done without a permit?
Correct, yeah. That's right.
And, okay, so on their disclosure, do you know if the sellers lied?
I don't know, but I'll find that out.
That's
I think
important.
That's the first question.
Look for anything in there that's a lie. That's going to be important. Because if they told them that they did improvements without a permit, they're off the hook.
But if they disclose that the work was done without permits, then the client is pretty much out of luck then.
That's right. Unless they lied to them and said, we did it without a permit, but we had an engineer stamp or something like that. Remember, we're looking for misrepresentation. The fact that it's dangerous in and of itself does not make it fraud. Because they
that
can
would take an engineer to look at it.
What's
in order
that?
To determine whether it would take an engineer to come out and take a look at it to verify whether or not it was done correctly.
But even if an engineer says it was not done correctly, do you understand what I'm saying? The owners, if the owners believed it was done correctly, that's all that matters. It's only if they lied about it. See, this is so weird because proving it's incorrect does not give them a leg to stand on unless it was misrepresented. So there's no law that
That's
says...
a lot of great information.
There's no law. I wish there was. You know what, Jack? I wish there kind of was a law that said that when you sell a house, you're not allowed to sell a house, I guess, unless it is structurally sound or whatever, or something, or I don't know, unless everything was done proper, but there's not. There's no law that says that. Everyone buys a property as is. We don't understand that. We don't think we buy it as is. We do. We buy every property just like a used car. But there's one other change. There's a disclosure statement. Now, here's another thing. Is a disclosure statement required, Frank?
Absolutely not.
See?
Yeah.
So, here's the weird thing, Jack. If they use a disclosure statement, it must be approved by the real estate commission, right? But if they don't use one, they don't have to. But I recommend no one buy property without a disclosure statement ever. But it's not required. People think it's required. So it's possible they didn't even have a disclosure statement. I don't know. You got to talk to them or have them call me. And when they say they were pressured by the real estate agent, that's not an excuse. It's
no,
just.
I know ignorance is not an excuse, but isn't there a certain standard of being a realtor, advising a client?
Good question. Frank,
whether or not
if
these
a
things
real
pop
estate
up.
person urges people to sign, first you got to prove it, but do you guys have literally a fiduciary? I don't know if you do or not by law.
Well, Tom, even without the
A
fiduciary.
fiduciary means the other person's best interest. Go ahead.
Right, but even if we're not acting as advocate, we still owe the public fair and honest dealings. Fair and honest dealings. So even if you're acting as a transaction broker or serving them as what's called a customer, we still owe them fair and honest dealings.
Right. So if I say, oh, just go ahead and sign it. This house is great. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. What is that? Is that fraud?
I don't think that's acting in good faith, Tom. I don't know. I mean,
unless you actually know it to be so.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
See, but that's another thing. That real estate person can say, I thought it was in great condition. And they don't even have to base it on anything. They can just say, I've been around a long time. I thought this house was a real steal. It was a great house. That's why I urge, and they could say on the stand, did you urge them to sign? Absolutely. Why? I thought it was a great buy. Did you know that to be a fact? Well, no, I was just using my opinion. You see, there are so many things people take for granted. You see, you do, Jack. You're asking me questions that everyone asks. But isn't there a standard? No, there's not. No, there's not. See, we operate under the assumption that we have way more protections than we really do. Way more protections. And I hope this doesn't come as a shock to people listening, but there are not laws to cover each and every event. So, Jack, have them look first for a disclosure statement. If they have one, let's take a look at it. Let's see if there were any misrepresentations or lies. For example, if that real estate agent said, oh, by the way, just sign it. My friend's an engineer. He said everything's great. And that was not accurate. That's called fraud in the inducement, meaning you used lies to get someone to sign something. How old are your clients?
They're young. They're early 20s.
Yeah, oh, God, I feel bad for
It's
them.
their first home. And, I mean, she even said this could put us in bankruptcy. And I feel very bad for her.
Well, we don't know how bad it is either. So although it sounds pretty bad, I mean, they may have to jack up that whole house and do a whole foundation. And it could put them in bankruptcy.
Yes.
But didn't the lender require any kind of permits or anything?
I don't believe so.
All right.
No.
Well, again, I call me back or have them call me back. 303-713-8255.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie with Sound Relief Hearing Center. If you are suffering from tinnitus, you know that it can disrupt every aspect of your life. My team at Sound Relief has a solution to break the vicious cycle of tinnitus. We utilize tinnitus retraining therapy, a system based on the neurophysiological model of tinnitus. And we guide you through this process, which has proven incredibly successful for thousands of patients. If you are ready to take control of your tinnitus,
I don't see
at one of our
anything
front-range
about John
locations.
Fuller's
Go to
120 here.
soundrelief.com.
Nothing. I have
That's
no notes, nothing.
soundrelief.com.
You know, if you're looking for an investment that's safe and conservative, Joe Cano, certified financial planner, he has something that can help you. And that is called overfunding life insurance. Now, we talked about fixed indexed annuities for income and guaranteed returns and all of that for lump sums of money. But what if you don't have a lot of money and you just want to start out? You can buy life insurance and you can overfund it. What does that mean? That means that you pay more than the cost of life and accumulate cash value that you can later use in life. as income through policy loans. Listen, it's a whole system. A lot of people do it. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. That's BecomeTheBanker.org.
She's getting him on the line, Tom.
So are you doing another spot in between? Because I can't possibly wait.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand. It's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of...
I'll get it back.
Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at zerofoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products. It's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
Your AC is out and you worry about getting ripped off with costly repairs. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. My friends at Fix It 24/7 offer free second opinions, giving you peace of mind you're getting the right price. And if your AC...
We'll just go right after this.
Charge.
Yeah,
Fix
I don't know what we're talking
24/7.
about.
Your trusted
He's putting it in right there for you.
partner, go to fixmyhome.com. Click book now for your free second opinion. Fixmyhome.com. That's free second opinions, no charge. Fixmyhome.com. All right, now let's talk to John Fuller, Fuller Law. He's a personal injury attorney that works in a very simple way. You call him for free information, free legal advice, free impressions of your accident and what he thinks it's worth and how he thinks you can collect. All of this complimentary. Then if you decide to hire him, he works on a percentage fee basis. And what he does is goes after the other party or the other insurance or your insurance or wherever he can to get you justice, to get you paid damages. Now, what about this, though? You become a plaintiff. That means you have the burden of proof. John, what exactly does that mean, and how do you help there?
So one of the ways to really understand why insurance companies are such a pain in the rear end is because they don't have the duty of proving anything. They can just simply say, our position is that none of this is related to the accident, and we're not paying a single penny until you prove otherwise. And a lot of people get very off-put by that, thinking that their damages are obvious and that the other side would naturally just default to being on the hook. But the exact opposite is true. When we litigate cases, and whether we're negotiating with the insurance company prior to litigation, we have to prove that the damages exist, that they were caused by the accident, and that there were no pre-existing conditions that complicated the plaintiff's either, the existence of the injury or the recovery from the injury. So we have that burden. That's why it's so difficult. That's why you need us on your side. And I look forward to talking to you about your case to see if it's a factor that we need to work on for you.
You know, John, I think of all the things you've ever said, that sums up the biggest problem in personal injury. You're right about that. When people are injured, they feel so freaking bad. They've had so much damage. They assume they just need to collect. And you have to take that injury and those damages and make them real, so people cannot weasel out of their responsibility. I think that's your biggest goal there, and that's your biggest task. You put together the case.
Yep, that's exactly right, Tom. We do that on each and every case, and we have been for over 20 years. So if we can help you out, let us know.
Yeah, and all you have to do is call him, and you will see the difference with Fuller. First, you're going to talk to him. That's a big difference. Then you're going to get his cell phone number to call or text at any time. 303-597-4500. John Fuller, the one I'd call right now if I was injured. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Got it. Okay, so this is all stemming from your dentist. Okay, perfect. All right. Hold on for me, okay? Uh-huh.
Frank, that's amazing. Have you ever had anyone? No, I'll ask you on the air. Never mind. I'm going to ask you on the air.
But Tom, I was going to tell you.
I think I know Ronald.
Advising buyer regarding the transaction and advising buyer to obtain expert advice as to material matters about which broker knows, but the specifics of which are beyond the expertise of the broker. So they have
that is a law.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Kachina.
Am I potted up?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're just ignoring me.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes.
Come from Secret Service and temporarily.
Hello, I can hear you, Kelly. Okay. Got YouTubers. Tell her I can hear her.
Doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
I can hear her, man. I don't know what she's, I heard every word.
I just said I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Oh, don't worry about it. I understand. Yeah, don't worry about it. So, Frank, that's an actual law.
Yeah.
I want you to talk about that. Okay, what is that a law or regulation or what?
It's part of the buyer agency and the listing contract when you list for a seller or work for a buyer.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. You got to tell me that.
Oh, I was, but we were kind of cutting it.
I know, and it was my fault sometimes, but I'm a steamroller sometimes. But that's really good. No, that's good stuff. So I'm going to talk. So it's part of the agreement.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Agency.
Booked through Capital One Travel. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Now, coming up, I'll have Frank Duran weigh in on this agency agreement and their fiduciary responsibilities. So I told you, they just have to give you their opinion. We're going to do that in a minute, Frank. I want to take these calls who've been waiting a while. But then, people, I was a little wrong in that it's not just your opinion. Oh, I thought it was great. So if you're listening, contractor who called for your client, I want you to listen to this. First, though, let's go to Keith. Keith, you have a question about garage insulation. What's going on?
Yeah, I been thinking about I have a 3-car attached garage that when it was built, they had never insulated the attic above the garage. The rest of the house is insulated, but I've been thinking on maybe insulating it and wondering if it would help in the summer and winter.
Absolutely.
If I did that.
Yes, all of that would help, yes. Now, here's what I want to ask you. Above the garage, you have no insulation. Is that garage have a wall adjacent to your house attic?
No, it's open.
What does that mean, open?
If you go up in the attic to the little trap door, the garage part is not insulated, and you look to the left, it's open, and the house part is insulated.
Oh, no. You don't want that. So that air is open to your house.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want that. You want to insulate above that garage. We have great people on the referral list that do insulation. Did you know that?
Well, that was my next step after I talked to you. I want to make sure.
Make sure you get good people because it's
cost-effective to do it.
I'm going to tell you.
Do you have someone in Colorado Springs?
Ah, damn. Colorado Springs, that's a good one. Hold on. I don't know. But we can, I'm looking here right now, and I just looked at insulation here. I just want to see, I forget the name of our insulation place. Let's see, I want you to call, let's see, we have so many people listed. I know they don't just specialize in insulation. Well, hold on. You might want to try Valero Construction in Colorado. I think they're down there. Yeah, Valero. He can give you a start. And he's a good person, man. So it's Valero, Valerio. Valerio, I should say. Valerio.
Okay.
Valerio. And here's the number. 720
Okay.
882 2139.
Got it. 2139. Okay.
Now, as far as insulation, though, we have another one I want you to call if I can find it. Dang, I can't find that insulation company. I don't know why I'm not finding it. In any case, go on referral list. Now, Petrali Roofing, they say they do some of that, but I'm not sure they do. I see sometimes when they're under roofing, they get put under insulation, but you may want to try. And we have, let's see where else. in Colorado Springs. Nope, I can't see. But we have someone specifically, and I got to talk to Mark about it. I don't know why they're not showing up here. We have a great place that does insulation, and I can't for the life of me find it while I'm talking to you. She does a great job with insulation. And if he's if he's listening, yeah, go ahead. Did somebody call me? Is that? I thought I heard somebody. Anyway, so go ahead and look on the referral list. Meanwhile, if I come up with that name, I'll let you know. But you definitely want to, if that air over the garage is open to the air over the house, you want that insulated for all kinds of reasons. And personally, I would personally not have it open over the garage into the house if the garage is the garage unheated?
It's unheated, yes.
I would not have the air, I would insulate it, but I would kind of make a partition there where the roof goes through. And you have to also make sure you have proper ventilation up there. Do you have proper ventilation?
Yeah, that had just been checked recently, and everything is correct there.
Now let's talk to Mike. Mike has a comment. Mike, go ahead. What is your comment on this insulation issue?
Tom, you kind of stole my thunder. As a retired firefighter, I was going to recommend he puts what's called a bulkhead between the garage and the house.
Absolutely.
And that's just a series of 2x4s between the top of the
gable.
Part of the
it's
truck.
Kind of like the gable end, right, of the garage, right, leaning up against the house, where they go together, right?
Right. And if he can, he needs to use 5/8 fire rock, which is drywall, on both sides of that. Because if he ever has a garage fire, it's going to crawl through his attic and take the house with it.
God, what a good advice that is. I wasn't even thinking in terms of fire. I was thinking in terms of insulating and all of that, but you're right. So what he's saying is put a firewall up there, basically. Okay, Keith, between where they, where they come together, really where you're no longer in the garage, but now you're in your attic. You got to block that. You got to keep them separate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, I understand.
And then you have to once you make them separate, you have to make sure you have enough ventilation in both, because now you have two separate roof systems. Once you block that off, you're going to have one over the garage and one over the house, and you have to make sure they're both ventilated properly. That means you have to have soffit vents, and then you have to have either a ridge vent or you have to have pipe vents in both sections of the roof. By the way, if you're in the Springs, Excel Roofing is excellent at ventilation. They're down in the Springs too, so you may want to talk to them about that. 303-713-8255. Okay, we have more coming up. I want to tell you, denverregen.com for your, if you're looking for stem cell therapy, yes, they're doing stem cell therapy. They're also doing weight loss compounds, compounded weight loss, semaglutide, and tirzepatide for pennies on the dollar compared to brand names. denverregen.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some slowdowns over on the west end of town. Highway 36 eastbound, a crash off on the right shoulder at Pecos Street has slow traffic back from Federal Boulevard. North of there, 72nd Avenue eastbound is closed at Utica Street due to an accident. Watch out for detours. Hopefully this one clears up soon. Heading to the south end of town, Parker Road southbound, stopping of traffic through ongoing roadwork between Bellevue and Orchard Road. About 20 minutes of delays there. I-25 north and southbound, no complaints through town for the Tuesday commute. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies. Another hot one out there today with a high of 90 degrees, overnight low of 62. The current temperature in Denver is 82 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
QCcolorado.com. That stands for the Quiet, Cool Whole House Fan. Let me tell you, since we're talking about ventilation, what QC does, it ventilates your house. It evens out the temperatures from low to high, so from the first floor to the second floor or from low to high. And here's what I love about it. It keeps the temperatures more even, which in and of itself helps your air conditioner work less. But it makes your house more comfortable. And in the evenings in Colorado, there's almost never a time it doesn't work where you don't even need air conditioner. And in the morning too. I love my QC whole house fan. It saved me a ton of money on air conditioning bills. Plus, it's just provided a wonderful alternative to air conditioning in many of the seasons, really, even during the summer. So that's qccolorado.com. And again, you're going to love it. And here's the number, 303-800-3419.
Mandy Connell here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi.
So Frank, did you move?
Yeah.
Are you all settled and stuff?
Oh, yeah. We've been moved. It took a while to. It was a lot of moving, buddy.
Did you do any improvements in there?
The new house, it was. I'll tell you what happened. It's like God opened a door that I couldn't open. We were casually looking. What happened is it was a builder home. The buyer was.
It was a brand new home.
Yeah.
Oh. How far away from your other? Oh, cool. Same there, yeah. That is so cool. Oh. Does he like it? Is it karate or jujitsu?
He wasn't karate.
But it's not judo either.
It has some forms of judo.
And some forms of karate. Isn't it a combo?
Funny thing is, the instructor he's better than all those guys. He's like a black belt. I guess you'd have to be.
Yeah.
Does he have a girlfriend?
Well, off and on he does.
That will calm him down.
Oh, that's funny. Duran.
She must be giving her live speech.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to talk to Cassandra about her dentist, an issue with a dentist. What's going on, Cassandra?
Well, sorry. I had spoke with you, I don't know, it's been a few weeks back, maybe even a month, about a dentist that we gave him $10,000 up front.
Oh, my God. I remember. Hold on. Yeah.
You bet.
That was terrible.
Okay,
and so what happened?
Well, since that time, he had filed bankruptcy under his personal name, Chapter 7, so the patients couldn't go after him.
What was the name of the dentist? What was the name of the dentist?
Well, his name is Sean Custer, and the dental practices in Fort Collins, and he had one here in Greeley, were Parkview Family Dental. He has since filed Chapter 7, but I'm finding more and more women. They responded to my.
Who is Danette?
Oh, you found that. She is a gal. She contacted me. I just now saw it via Yelp, who has gone through the same thing that I am. She paid money up front for dentures. She has been waiting a year. See what he's doing, what it looks like he did. I'm not sure, not completely sure, but that he was getting new patients in there. And then he was taking their money, but then he would prolong how, I've been waiting 2 years to get my upper plate, and she's been waiting 1 year to get her denture.
Now, is her name Danette or Danielle?
It's Danette.
Danette. Yeah, I found her, but I didn't find you. That I was looking for, because I know she had called us, but I don't have your call here. But in any case, right now, the guy filed for bankruptcy. But if he committed, do you know if the bankruptcy has been discharged? That means it's completed?
It has not, because I still have time. I hired an attorney, $2,000.
Do you want to challenge that? You're trying to challenge the bankruptcy, right?
Well, not only that, I'm wondering, when does it become fraud? If you were bringing
That's right. That's what you have to do to challenge it. That's exactly what you're doing, the right thing. But you should probably get together with other patients and share the cost, because it's going to be expensive. What you're claiming that he took in money knowing he was going out of business.
Yes.
However, remember, he's done some work on most of these people. Yes. He just didn't finish them.
Correct.
So, well, that would give the impression that he was making a good faith effort and ran out of time or money or whatever.
But he strung me along for 2 years. Oh, the lab didn't get it right, or the lab did this and lab did that. And when they're sending in impressions and things like this. It's just, 2 years, come on.
No, I know, but you're saying during that time he kept taking money.
Well, yeah, he kept getting new patients, taking their money.
Why are you spending $2,000 on an attorney?
Well, because I was informed that I should not file the proof of claim to the bankruptcy court myself, that I needed a representation.
That's not necessary.
And that's from an attorney here in Greeley.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, you can file a proof of claim, but and it shouldn't cost you $2,000 to do that. That doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, maybe not. It's Kingsford law here in Greeley.
But what else is he also going for that price? Is Kingsford law also going to file a protest?
Well, I know they're going to file a proof of claim, but there needs to be, because in my research, there also needs to be a complaint. And that's kind of what you...
No, the complaint is for challenging the bankruptcy. For But the proof of claim is very simple. I don't think you needed an attorney for that. I mean, having an attorney I can't even believe that they would charge you $2,000 to file a proof of claim, for God's sakes. It's just filling out paperwork.
Right. Yeah, no, see, and I have not signed anything as far as them representing me.
Well, okay, you haven't paid them yet?
No.
And you haven't hired them yet?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Hold
on. Kachina, do me a favor. I want you to hold on, dear. Hold on, Danette. I'm not Danette. I'm sorry, Cassandra. Hold on. I want to get Mike Wink on from the Wink Law Firm to talk about this particular the case. Not the case, but like filing a proof of claim and what it takes. And just give her some general information. Okay, so hang on, and we will come back to you on that. I'm Tom Martino. We have more right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Up on the northwest end of town, 72nd Avenue eastbound is closed at Utica Street due to an accident. Watch out for detours around the area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north of Fort Collins and down south to Colorado Springs. Back to town on the southeast end, Parker Road southbound. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic through ongoing road work between Bellevue and Orchard. About 20 minutes of delays for our Parker and Aurora drivers. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 90, another hot one today. Overnight low of 62 degrees. Tomorrow high of 95. The current temperature in Denver is 84 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
You want to save money, like a ton of money on water heaters? Europlumbing, Colorado.net. Think about this. You need a water heater, you can get one starting at $13.99. That's with the old one torn out and taken away. That's incredible. Yeah, $13.99 all in. That's with new supply lines for water and gas. $14.99 for a 50-gallon. It's incredible, and he says he'll save you with every single plumbing repair. Put him to the test. EuroplumbingColorado.net. That's 303-668-6844. John Fuller is an expert we use for personal injury on this show. You've heard him on the show. He gives great advice, but here's the most important advice. Let's get down right to it. When you're injured, you're wondering, is it worth pursuing, and what is it worth? Let's just face it. I mean, that's the system we have in America. You get paid for your injuries if it was someone else's fault. And John Fuller will give you his full and undivided attention on a complimentary call to find out what your case is worth. And if it's worth pursuing, meaning where can you collect? That's all free of charge. Now, if you decide to use John, that's wonderful. He'll do a great job for you on a percentage fee basis, only if he wins. And then you get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Hi, folks. Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Well, Frank, I'll tell you. I will tell you that.
Sure. Sheridan Auto Tech, yes. Yeah, so his phone number is 303.
That's not the, it's a one.
455.
It's just a word. Right. Not two.
7242. It is right by Casa Bonita, if you know where that is. Yeah, let me look that up.
That's it. I think that's it. Honorarium.
No problem. Thank you. Bye.
From Paris, only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I just wanted to comment on this chaos cloud.
Talking about the race to the White House.
Absolutely disgusting.
Your voice, your vote 2024.
This Democratic machine is going to stop at nothing.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I want to talk to Mike Wink from the Wink Law Firm. He does bankruptcy law. I have a quick question for him. Hey, Mike. So Cassandra paid a dentist up front, got partial work done, and some other people paid him money, and then he went bankrupt. So obviously there are patients upset with the bankruptcy, and they want to put in a claim. We don't know what assets there are or anything. But I have a quick question. She was told that she needed an attorney to file a proof of claim. Who told you that, Cassandra?
I do not recall now. This has been so crazy. I mean, I've talked to so many people and done so much research online. I don't recall.
So you hired an attorney.
Well, I haven't. I mean, I haven't.
No, but you talked to an attorney, and he wants to charge $2,000 to file a proof of
$2,000. And all they changed. They did up an agreement, a fee agreement, and sent it to me in an email for my review and to sign. And it now states that it's basically just for the filing the proof of claim, because it's not anything. It says something about term. I'd have to bring it up on my computer. But anyways, it's basically, I think, just for that. It's like if it goes any further, it goes to, I don't know what happens after once all these proof of claims are filed against the attorney.
So, Mike, filing a proof of claim, isn't that something a creditor can do on their own?
Yes, you do not need an attorney. And what you should do is Google the United States Bankruptcy Court, District of Colorado. There's a phone number there. Their support staff is actually quite helpful, and I'm sure they can give you a lot of guidance. And if you have any problems, you can give us a call, too, and I can point you in the right direction.
Now, here's the thing. Isn't it like a form, Mike?
Correct.
Cool.
And that form, did you receive that? You were obviously received a notice of the bankruptcy, correct?
Yes, I did. And then a second notice stating that there may be some assets to distribute. And one of the other gals that went to him, they said the bankruptcy judge told her, because she attended the hearing, that we're looking at maybe $100 back each. And that's like, well, I'm thinking to myself, why the hell would he charge me $2,000 to file a proof of claim?
Well, yeah, don't hire that attorney. That's without. But there's another issue, Mike. Let's say patients wanted to challenge the bankruptcy itself. Now that is a whole different ballgame, right?
Correct. And theoretically, you don't need an attorney to do that, but I think you'd be foolish to engage in that type of complexity without an attorney.
Detailed.
Mike, I have another question. Does a trustee, if he gets a lot of complaints about fraud or that the guy knew he was going out of business, does it behoove a trustee to do that, or does a trustee make more money if he just lets the bankruptcy go through?
Sure. Well, there's a panel trustee who administers the case. That's the frontline trustee, but overseeing every case is the United States trustee. And if you've got if you've got let's say a sizable number of creditors who all have similar theft type claims, this would be, right? I paid for something, I didn't get it. Civil theft. Then you could take that to the U.S. trustee, who may or may not fight discharge, on behalf of sort of justice.
Okay, that's good to know. So, Cassandra, if you need any more, the Wink Law Firm is 720-523-0620. You can also find them at referralist.com. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, and then Frank Duran wants to fill us in on the duties of a real estate broker, to correct what I said earlier, and we'll talk about that and more coming up.
Thanks, Mike. Very, very
That's
appreciative.
all the Whole
of your
House
time.
fan. Whole House. That's it. I don't have my air on. I know it. It really is cool. I mean, literally cool.
I've never seen the studio. Never been in Tom's basement. I've been upstairs.
Okay, now.
I had an Excel come out yesterday, and we started talking about all this and all everything. I have no vents in the eaves or the fascias or the sofa.
Really?
In my house.
Wow.
There's none. But Excel said whoever did your roof, which was Genesis, did a hell of a job. I've got a ton of ridge vents.
Yeah, right.
He says you have no way of ever getting in there. So I'm going to put. And he said instead of doing a bunch of sofa or fascia, I guess it would be sofa. He said I had to ask. We're going to just put gable vents.
Oh, gable vents on.
Yeah, on all the ends. And
yeah, because weren't you asking?
I was talking about
Henry.
Yeah.
When he was here last time.
Yeah. The guy said he didn't think I would have to have an electric one on one end. He says, you got so many of those things. If we just get some air in there. I said, well, that's probably why it's so damn hot in my
Could be.
bedroom all the time.
That could definitely.
This is a bit. Oh, we're below 60 again.
Oh, 58.
Can Dak hear me? I mean, can Chopper hear me?
I can hear you.
Chopper, did you? I don't know who took your tool away.
Yeah, Mark says he'll get it back when they stop.
Okay. How did it happen?
I don't know, but I didn't even notice it until someone on the site said, hey.
Gremlins, Tom.
What's that?
Gremlins.
Yeah.
That's not tied into the editor one, so I don't know how it happened.
It's the Microsoft outage.
Yeah. CrowdStrike.
Is Will gone?
You can see this
Damn it.
smoke against the high rise. It just looks like it's cloudy over there.
Yeah, but if you go to the restroom, just look.
Still on the line, Tom.
Okay.
It's a good reason not to walk.
Yeah. Yeah, stay inside today.
What the hell is this? Who's? Who's Robert Ramsauer?
Bo.
Oh, that's Bo?
That's Bo.
Okay. So I got to give him. I didn't know his name was. Never mind. The second. He sounds rich. Robert Ramsauer the second. What email does he want me to use? Is he there?
He's not there, but
Do I have a troubleshooter address for him?
I don't think he has one.
Okay.
I'll send you his Gmail address.
I have it. I have it. If it's Robert, yeah, I have it. Is it R Ramsauer 2?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Let's do that. All right. I'll give him access too.
How about Doc?
He has access. Let's see, Doc. Yeah, he has access. And I don't have Robert, so I'm going to give that to him.
You know, in college, I lived in an attorney house, and we had like a payphone. That's kind of the main phone for attorney house.
Yeah. There we go.
A few guys had phones in their room, and everyone had a nickname. And sometimes, like a girl, you know, would call the attorney, like say, "Is Robert there?" And it's like, "Who the hell's Robert?"
Yeah.
You know? If they don't call them by their nickname,
yeah,
it's like nobody knew who they were trying to get a hold of.
When are you going to be done? Okay. We have that drink for you. We had to. You want to call it? Okay. I'll put it in the fridge. We had to do it while Steve was here, so. It's going to be great.
I'll be happy when this election season is over.
Oh man, Tom, this is like drama.
God almighty, Frank.
It's crazy.
Division.
That thing with Trump a few weeks ago was just insane. That was the grace of God that he's even alive. That's insane.
Charges cancellation fees 303-761-6400 xlroofing.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life just a little easier. All you have to do is give us a call. I have Frank Duran, the real estate man, with me, and we'll talk about agency and agency agreements. But Will, I believe, is still on the line. Will, what's going on with you, Will? How can we help you?
I'm having problems with E470. They actually put a hold on my registration.
Now, are they saying you have unpaid dues, unpaid tolls?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, I don't ever use it, but I guess my wife has been without telling me, and she used it years ago, and I told her don't use it. And
okay, well then, I was just going to ask you, because usually, let's just put it this way, usually 470 toll authority, they're pretty accurate in their assessments and record keeping. So are you denying it, or are you saying it's too much, or there's undue penalties, or what? What is your situation? How much is it?
And they're telling me it's almost $1,000.
Okay. So what are you saying? No?
I'm saying I don't know how a few dollar charge can turn into $1,000.
Did they say, though, that part of that is a penalty because they have penalties?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how much of it is tolls and how much is penalties?
They didn't tell me that part.
Well, then that's
They just
why.
told me that
Well, let's answer the first question. That's how a few dollars adds up. But as far as negotiating, usually they make settlements. Did they offer any settlement?
No, she just told me it was, I think it was $945 or something, and that's when I hung up and called you.
Okay. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. They are pretty good at negotiating. You're not going to get out without paying. And they have you over a barrel because, first, let me just allay some of your fears. They're not going to lie to you about it. Unless they have the license plate completely wrong. But if they have the license plate wrong, they'd have the vehicle wrong. If they have the vehicle right and correct with the photos, they'll gladly share that with you. I would assume it's correct, okay? Once in a while they get it wrong, but really not as much as you think. So what year do they say it's from? They can't collect more than 6 years back. How long do they say it is? How far back?
I didn't ask them that either. I'll probably have to call them back now.
Just ask him for it. Listen, ask for a history of violations and then negotiate a settlement. Yeah. I'll bet you get a settlement.
Because I know one of the vehicles they're saying I haven't owned that vehicle for at least 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, well,
so
that's
I'm
okay.
Not sure,
that's okay. I mean, look, they can't go back. When I say they can't go back, their ability to get a judgment is hindered after 6 years. But if they're reasonable, if they have a list of violations and you know you've driven it or your wife did, I mean, you need to settle with them. You really do. You're not going to get away with it. No one does. It will cost you way more in hassle and time than getting it taken care of. But the good news is they usually do negotiate settlements. Now, you can ask them if you have any question about it. It sounds like you do. Just for a list of the violations, they'll send it to you. They'll email it to you. Have you ever been hounded by them ever for tolls?
Oh, they send me one. Like I said, I knew she did it.
I mean, years ago or over the years. Have you gotten any notices?
Oh yeah, they keep sending them. But I listened to you, and you said something about don't worry about it. They can't really collect on it.
I've never said that. Like, never, ever, 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 ever said that about tolls ever. I've said that about red light tickets, and I've said that about other kinds of photo tickets. What I said was they are accusations at best, that in order to prosecute them, they have to take you to court and they have to serve you. Now, since I've said that, many municipalities have changed the law, so they only have to send you a written notice, a registered mail or something, and then you have to go to court. And I've said, if you get a court notice for a red light ticket, don't ignore it. But I said they are collection notices, which is true. Toll violations are way more than that. Toll violations are actual tickets for something. They're not a collection notice. They're a citation. So that's way different. So I'm sorry you misunderstood what I was talking about. The toll violations are not red light tickets. They're not traffic light tickets. And some traffic light tickets, they're triggered. They used to be triggered by faulty means. For example, if you went a little far over the line, but you didn't run the light. And those, the municipalities would very seldom prosecute those photo radar tickets. Mainly what they do is, and that's for speed and for red lights and all of that, mainly what they used to do is just send you a notice and hope you sent in the payment. Again, I had enough to wallpaper a bathroom, and not one of them was prosecuted. One time, Denver police served me with one, so I paid it. They served me with a court appearance one time out of many tickets. So I would call them and absolutely try to negotiate a settlement if you can, and they'll be happy to send you lists of violations. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm sorry. Now, hold on. That was Will, wasn't it? Or was that Mitch?
No, Mitch is new.
Mitch is new on this. Okay, go ahead, Mitch. What is your comment or question on this?
I have a really similar situation to what Will was saying. I have a little more information, I guess, on.
Oh, good.
That.
Go ahead.
I know what they're trying to. I have long story short, I have tools that make sense that they show the charges for the license plate and all that, but then there's like an additional $400 of late fees or civil penalties or what
That's
they call
right.
them.
Yeah.
But they've sent that statement to an old address on the title of my vehicle.
Well, that's your fault.
So I went through a record search through Colorado DMV, which is what they told me I needed to do.
Right.
And it shows that my mailing address and the registered address are correct.
Hold on. How did they get the old address?
Well, it was originally titled to that address, but I haven't lived there for like 3 years. So I'm just curious on like the notification that they should be giving. So what I try to do
they will if they made a mistake, they will waive the fees.
So how do I prove though that they didn't update their address other than that I'm saying?
Well, here's how you do that. Here's how you do it. You have the date you moved, and you have the date of violations. If the violations predate when you moved, then the violations stand. If the violations were sent to the old address after you moved and changed your address, the violation will still stand, but the penalties won't.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you. I just don't know how to get that agreement out of them because they're saying I'd have to go back and prove that they were sending it to the wrong address, which seems like.
Well, hold on. How do you know they were? Well, then I'm going to ask you, how do you know they sent it to the old address?
Well, the only reason I knew there was a hold at all on my account was I went to register the vehicle. And so then I called them and they said, oh, this is registered to an old address or this is the address we have on file. And I said, well, I haven't lived there. And so that's when I had to go through the
address they had on file. That's just, they told you that. But when you went online, you saw that it wasn't that address.
With the kind of separate entities, though. So E470 has their address on file versus what Colorado DMV shows.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. So which one had the old address on file?
E470.
And they admit that?
Yeah, they said that's the address we have, and they said they get that from the DMV, but apparently they just haven't either updated the records or...
Well, they didn't update their records. But my question is not if they updated the records. My question is, what address was on file when the tolls were incurred?
Oh, I see. Yeah, so the address on file, some of the tolls would be to the old address, but most of them would be in our new address.
Okay. What they're going to argue, first of all, is that you owe the money no matter what, which you do. Okay? It's not your address that makes you owe the money or not. However, if you could show you did not ignore it in an egregious way, and it was never sent to you, and had you seen it, you would have paid it, well, then they're going to say, well, isn't that funny? You didn't pay it when we were sending it to the correct address. So I think what you need to do is just talk to them, and usually they'll settle on those penalties, those civil penalties. Were they willing to settle on the civil penalties?
No, the late fees and civil penalties, they wouldn't waive those.
They wouldn't waive them at all, not even part of them.
Yeah, the process they have set up is you can't really talk to anybody. You kind of have to email a generic address. So I don't know who really is in charge, but my assessment was just that they were unwilling to listen. I mean, I said, I'll pay the tolls. Could you waive the fees? It doesn't make any sense, you know?
Okay, again, normally, if they show a wrong address and that you were not being notified, they will waive the fees. There must be not the tolls, but the penalties. There must be something that they have to show that at least some of those notices went to the right address. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe not, but you could ultimately. I mean, you got to appeal this in a court. I mean, I don't know how to get around it. They have not tried to collect other than holding up your registration. Is that right?
Right, which just happened. So this is like maybe 3 or 4 years of.
How much is the total bill?
The total bill is like $990 or something.
So how much of that is penalties?
$460.
Holy crap. So it like doubles.
Yeah.
Wow. And every email you sent, they totally said we are not waiving it.
Yeah, the email is just a way that you can submit documentation. So I had responded with all that information about wrong address, and they asked that I get some additional documentation, which I did. I got the DMV record.
Right.
And it shows 3 addresses. One is the title address, one is the registered address, and one is the mailing address. So the mailing address and my registered address show the correct address. The wrong address that they have is the original address that I had. So they just either haven't updated their record from 4 years ago or something to make sure that it was going the right place.
Yeah, see, that's really complicated, man. I'm wondering if anyone else ran up against this. No matter what, you're going to owe the penalties. You could send in.
No, I get that.
You could send in the penalties. It's not going to. Send in the tolls and say, look, you were sending these notices to the wrong address. But I'm not. By the way, the fact that they were sending it to the wrong address, I don't know. I mean, I think you have a good argument if you can show, but they're saying, prove we were sending it to the old address. Isn't that what they're saying?
Right. Yeah, which is like, how do I do that?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't. Have you ever contacted anyone at your old address?
No, we forwarded the mail from it, and so that.
You may have to give up the ghost, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I've never heard of them not willing to negotiate. Again, this is the second time I'm hearing it today, but usually they just want to hear from you, and they want you to pay. But they must feel they sent them enough to your old address when you were there, And when you moved, like you'd have to say, like you said, about half the penalties were sent to the wrong address and half were sent to the right address. So their question is going to be, you didn't pay them when we sent it to the right address. Or are you saying
But
every
even if
one
they
of them?
if they would willing to settle. Yeah, I mean, I guess the fees for, I mean, I didn't do that careful of an accounting of what tolls they
Right.
put a fee against, but it would seem that even if they said, okay, well, we'll waive the fees from, the years after you moved or something,
Right.
that would at least be reasonable, but they're not doing that at all.
That's because your pattern probably showed that you weren't paying. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what to say. I mean, because they're going to say, well, you're just looking for a technicality now because you never paid them before when we were sending them to where you did live. And then when you moved, well, I mean, I think that's what's going to happen. They're just going to wear you out because they don't care. They literally are the administrative state. I mean, guys, I'm not telling you I'm in favor of this, but you got to admit you did ignore them. But I will say this. When you're up against an administrative state, it's you who has to spend the money, and the money often doesn't equal the justice you want.
Right.
Now, I got to take a break. Mike, if you want to stay on the line, you have a comment on this. Maybe, I don't know if it's for or against Mitch or whatever, but hang on, and we'll come to you right after this.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
All right. If you are looking for a safe, conservative investment, overfunding life insurance is a proven strategy. You buy life insurance, your goal here is not life insurance. Your goal is to have cash value that grows tax-free. Now, becomethebanker.org, Joe Ciano, he's the certified financial planner who helps younger people and people without a lot of means to build considerable wealth using this strategy. Becomethebanker.org. Hey, if you're looking to save money on bathrooms, consider Discount Bath. I mean, the name says it all. They'll build a bath at a discount. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. They have an array of bathroom designs they can show you. They have visualizing software and apps that can help you see what it will look like. And they're happy to go over each and every item and price to make sure that you are fully informed about your bathroom. They even provide the tearing out, the demolition, and the haul away free of charge when you contract with them. Discountbath.com. 720-979-2322. Your bathrooms enhance the value of your home, and now with Discount Bath, you can get the same beautiful bathrooms that other people do at discounts. 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com.
Remember the toll takers?
Oh, right.
When it first started?
I mean, they had automated booths.
And they have
like, if you needed assistance or something, you know, there's an actual person.
It's so funny to see a little country like Costa Rica get to be a lot more modern. When I first started there, everything was tow booths. Now they have easy tag, yeah, easy pass.
Gosh, away.
Bicycle lanes. Oh, they just opened up 7 Dunkin' Donuts. I said, these people are going to be fat as Americans.
I don't know why these people don't have an account with 470. It's easier.
Way easier.
That's probably his problem. He's got too many places to change his information.
Inconvenient.
Taking 470 very often at all, but like I have an old credit card or something in there, and then I used it a few times. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's right over between maybe I-25 or Parker.
Yeah.
But I had this old card, and like they were sending me notices that said, "Oh, you need to log in and start taking the credit card." But I did have, so I got caught up, but they still send me a notice, so I need to call and say, hey, I paid for those tolls.
Yeah.
Can you just fix it for me or something?
So I imagine everybody got the new call screener now, right? Damn it.
What's different?
Oh, I just had to clean up the spots for myself because I had some blanks in there and some people that discontinued, that's all. And so, I had to do that. I think from now on I'm just going to edit the one that I have so I don't have to keep doing new links. You would think if you had a file that was named exactly the same as the previous one, and you delete the previous one, that the links would all still work, but they don't.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Mike, what is your comment on tolls? Man, did this hit a nerve? What is your comment?
Well, it's just a question. I haven't had any of these toll road traffic violations, but I'm just wondering, if you do have any unpaid, does the state, I guess it would be, do they have the right to not renew your driver's license or issue new tags?
Well, yeah, but that's what the legislature has given them. That's why they're hearing from them all the time, because of that. They have to have statutory authority. They can't not do that as a regulatory body. It has to be built into their authority.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only question I had then.
In fact, don't you remember there were also laws, deadbeat, they passed for deadbeat child support and all of that, the same thing for licenses. And the state legislature often does that. They tie the privilege to the responsibility, and they say, now you don't have this privilege anymore. And they do it. And in fact, I think didn't they even extend that to parking tickets and stuff? It is a way to bring you to your knees, basically, man. And I'm telling you, on this toll thing, it's just so easy to do it, to get an account with these people. I have an account where it recharges like a Starbucks, you don't pay as you go, but you put a lump sum there and then it pays down, and then when you get below a certain amount, it recharges. Do you have that, Frank Duran? Do you drive a lot? Do you have the prepaid account, right?
I don't know what I do without it.
And then it's cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, on agency, a guy called earlier and said the real estate agent was giving her advice on what she thought. Oh, don't worry about the improvements, about the basement, about this. They all look good. I would just sign it. And then he was signing it, and then he felt really mad about it because they were all done wrong. Now, obviously, there's all kinds of things this guy could have done with a home inspector, and then you have to look on the disclosure sheet. But I'm wondering, is a real estate agent, is she doing something wrong by rendering that opinion, do you think, Frank?
Well, Tom, under brokerage duties on both the listing side and the buy side, it says this. It says advising buyer regarding the transaction and advising buyer to obtain expert advice as to material matters about which broker knows but the specifics of which are beyond the expertise of the broker.
So in other words, you're not allowed to give advice beyond your own expertise.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, how would you interpret that then? If she was saying, hey, don't worry about it, and she said, well, what about this and what about that? That broker should have said, if you have any questions, hire a contractor, right?
Yeah, Tom, in my opinion, that was very careless. I think you need to really point them in the right direction, because that's
Could they go after, you think, a real estate broker or a real estate agent's license, not license, but the insurance for that?
Potentially. Yeah, I think potentially they potentially have a case, Tom. I mean, that's if you look at what that really says, we're supposed to get them in the right direction.
Like if a real estate person, once in a while we get complaints about this, Frank. A real estate person will say, oh, this house is really good, you don't need an inspector. Yeah. Now, there are people that say stupid things like that. I don't think I'd get an inspector if I were you. No, and I've heard of that. We've had complaints about that. That would be totally out of bounds.
Oh, yeah. In my opinion, that's also very careless, Tom. Honestly, I would never have a buyer, ever. I would never recommend. And if they insisted, nope, I don't want an inspection, I would put in writing, look, we'll do what you ask, but in our professional opinion, we strongly advise against this.
Now, now on another thing then, because that's good for them to know. If that agent truly did pressure them, she could be held accountable. Now, on the other thing, have you ever had a transaction where a seller did not want to do a disclosure statement because they're not required? Right. Now, if you do one, it's got to be approved and it's got to be honest. But have you had ones that were not, where they said, we're not doing one, or where you were a buyer's broker and the seller would not provide a disclosure statement?
Tom, I've had one in maybe the last 10 years where that happened. A gentleman just absolutely refused, and I explained to him, you understand, you still have adverse material fact you have to disclose by law. So even if you technically
if you don't do it.
Yeah, even if you don't do it, you still got to disclose adverse material fact.
Yeah, but it would be harder to prove you lied.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And his philosophy is, I don't like the form. He didn't like the form. So technically he didn't have to fill it out.
I would advise my buyer not to buy if you didn't have a disclosure statement.
Sure. Well, what a lot of sellers got to realize, too, on that same seller's property disclosure, that actually could work in the seller's favor, because there's a spot where the buyer signs.
we told you about it.
Yep, and it says buyer advisory as well. Check it out for termites and this and that, and there's a list of things.
One time, years ago, I moved an air conditioner. I had a contractor move an air conditioner because it was, I forget what it was. Because it was outside the bedroom window or something making noise, and we moved it. It didn't do anything to anybody anywhere. We just moved it. They had to extend the lines and all that. And I didn't get a permit for it, okay? Because when I went to get a permit, these were such pains in the ass. They wanted to get, how far is it from the property line, and blah, blah, blah. And all I was doing is moving it down the wall. Yeah. And to be honest with you, Frank, I said, the hell with it, let's just do it. And I did it. Yeah. So then I'm going to sell, and they asked, have you ever had any home improvements done without a permit? And I thought, well, that's not a home improvement. But at the time, my real estate person says, you should tell them anyway. So I did. I said, I moved that air conditioner without a building permit. Yeah. So they could have an inspector see if it was done correctly. Having the permit or not is not illegal. Yeah. It's just lying about it, right? So then no buyer could say that I did it without telling them.
Right, yeah.
So, but that's important. Now, we have comments on the 470 tolls, plus an issue with windows. Chris, I hope you hold on. We got to take this break.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
One time, there was
now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Up on the northwest end of town, 72nd Avenue eastbound is closed at Utica Street due to an accident. Watch out for detours around the area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north of Fort Collins and down south of Colorado Springs. Back to town on the southeast end, Parker Road southbound. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic through ongoing road work between Bellevue and Orchard. About 20 minutes of delays for our Parker and Aurora drivers. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 90, another hot one today. Overnight low of 62 degrees, tomorrow high of 95. The current temperature in Denver is 84 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630.
Don't miss up to 70% off select major appliances at the Lowe's closeout event. But hurry, these deals are too good to last because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Select by location.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net. That name is synonymous with crazy savings. I don't just say savings. I say crazy savings because they're doing water heaters cheaper than anyone. And I say cheaper because it's cheaper. Now, I'm not saying less quality. They're good water heaters. There are RO Smith and Rheem. And listen to this. They have 6-year warranties. And then Euro Plumbing Colorado guarantees their installation. So $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. And any size you want, they'll beat any price. It's that simple. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844.
Hey, you've heard me say that cell phone service with...
Who's on the board now?
We're going to be short time.
Still me.
So, man, you got penalized for the whole show.
I got penalized for the whole show, yes, tomorrow as well.
Uh-oh. Dang.
So we'll be hanging again tomorrow for another 4.
I think Bo was here by himself Thursday last week.
Oh, really?
You didn't come in.
No.
I don't think Doc did either.
That's just a tough question to answer too, Tom. It really is. It really is tough sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All these skin, pre-cancer things. Well, they don't know about this one yet.
Sometimes you ask an attorney, and they're kind of like, I don't know. I have to think about that. It's not like it's an automatic answer either.
I heard that it's not nice because they keep on going.
Yeah, they'll scrape it and then they look at it.
Look at it and scrape.
We need to scrape a little more. Yeah. I gotta have one. It's like here on my collarbone or something.
I got one kind of the same
and I called the dermatologist and I said, the guy that does Moe's, their office has never called me. She said, well, let me call him and ask him again. Still haven't heard from him.
Well, Stephanie says to say hi.
I had what
Still
they
Stephanie
call
say hi. God bless her.
One.
I think I've had that
on the back.
Yeah.
And I knew I'm not Linda Blair in The Exorcist. I can't turn my head.
Right.
Yeah, so every time I'd go in, it's okay. Then finally he said, let's get pretty bad. My God, it seemed like he was back there for about 20 seconds and 30 seconds with that.
I've listed like 22 houses.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's crazy.
Brought tears.
We have a pretty big office, and our team makes up about 40% of the entire office. Thank God for that,
I don't like.
I remember there was a time when.
What percentage? This is going to hurt a little.
Our team makes up 40%.
That's code for it's going to really hurt.
It may hurt a little for you.
Yeah.
You do these every day.
Yeah.
unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Tom Martino here with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, Chris, what is your comment on E470 tolls, Chris?
Yes, sir. A few years ago, I had an old classic car.
Yeah?
And I ended up selling it about 2 years ago. And about a year later, I got 2 notices about a month apart saying that my car and my license plates were on the E470 toll. And so I talked to the E470 folks, and they said, well, you need to clear it up with the DMV people. And so when I went to the DMV, they said, well, your license plates must be on that car.
That's right. But if you could show, I want to tell you this, if you could show that you transferred title, they won't hold you responsible for that.
Right. What ended up happening, I collect license plates, antique license plates as well. And so I started thinking about it, and it's like, well, somewhere here in the garage, I must have my license plates, because I don't, I learned from you years ago not to leave.
No, you don't leave the license,
plate
right?
On the car when you sell it.
That's right.
And so I started digging through the garage, and sure enough, I found my license plates. So I went back to the DMV, and I said, here's my license plates, both the front and back with the tags.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they after that,
well, wait a minute. So how did they get that on camera then to charge you if you had them?
I have no idea. I have no idea how they did that. And that car.
Wait a minute. So did they end up taking the penalties off or the tolls?
Yes. They took everything off once I showed my license plates to the DMV.
Now that's weird. That is totally weird. You're telling me that you had license tolls on that license plate, but you had both plates in your garage.
Yes.
That sounds Chris, I don't know how that would happen. I mean, was it a phantom plate they took a picture of, for goodness sakes? I mean, how the hell did they get... And it would have been different if it showed up on a different car, but that plate to show up on that car, and then you have the plate in your garage, are you sure it wasn't when you owned it?
No, that car had never been on the toll. Like I said, it was a classic.
Until you sold it.
I would.
But when they sent you the picture of the toll violation with the plate, did they have a photo of it with your car in it?
No. There was,
I would have asked for the photo.
Yes, I should have. But,
because I'll bet you.
No photos.
Well, even if it was a different car, I think they might have read the digits wrong on another car. That very seldom happens. But anyway, thank you. Listen, Joe, you're calling about windows. Are these the Marvin windows, the Infinity windows?
Yes, they are. Yes.
And you said in less than a week you noticed air leakage, and NextGen says the windows were installed properly, right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
And now, where do we stand today? I think I gave you some suggestions to get an expert out there. Did you?
Yes, I tried. You recommended K&H, so I went ahead and called them. but they refused to come out because they said it's not their windows and they don't want to touch them. That
no, I get it.
We can, yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, listen. Sometimes that's what you get. In other words, they won't. Sometimes they do comment though on installations for us as an expert. We have. So is that what you're calling to tell me, that you need an expert to look at them?
Well, yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, and because I've called previously the last year or so a couple of other companies, and it's the same thing K&H said. Well, they're not our windows, we won't touch them.
Doggone it! I want to get. What part of town are you in?
I'm in Loveland, Colorado.
Oh, that's another pain. I'm hoping I can find someone. Joe, just hold on. Leave your number. Hey, Kelly, let's put the word out for an expert, and then take his number so we can try to. Do we have any experts that can get up there to Loveland? I can't ask some of our people in Denver to drive up there for a free inspection, but maybe we have someone up north. I have to go look. And meanwhile, if you guys know anything about windows up in the Loveland area and want to help us out, but I want someone with a lot of experience, because they're saying there's nothing wrong with the window and it has to do with the house. And I have no idea. I don't even know what that means. So hang on, and we'll try to get a volunteer. 303-713-8255. Grossman Wellness, that's where I go, grossmanwellness.com. I was just telling Frank about it. I get blood work every 3 months. They supply my supplements. They supply prescriptions. It's a concierge service. You can text them at any time. And I think if you truly want to take control of your health, grossmanwellness.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Up on the northwest end of town, 72nd Avenue eastbound is closed at Utica Street due to an accident. Watch out for detours around the area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south to Colorado Springs. Back to town on the southeast end, Parker Road southbound. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic through ongoing road work between Bellevue and Orchard. About 20 minutes of delays for our Parker and Aurora drivers. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 90, another hot one today. Overnight low of 62 degrees. Tomorrow, high of 95. The current temperature in Denver is 84 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Summer is here. Do you know what your lawn wants? Revive Organic Soil Treatment moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive takes water deep, down to the roots, to make the most of watering for a lush green lawn all summer long. Use Revive. It works.
Hey, I can't say enough about my Whole House fan. This is a true story. Frank Duran was sitting here saying, this is really cool down here. It's really, he meant the temperature is so comfortable, and he's got a suit on. And I said, Frank, I promise you my air is not on. That's all my QC Whole House fan. That's the quiet, cool Whole House fan. True story. Now, here's the deal. I can't emphasize enough how little your air conditioner works and how cool your house will stay with fresh air. Bottom line is this. It destratifies the air, okay? When you have balanced temperatures, that alone takes strain off of your HVAC system, right? And your AC especially. So it expels the super hot air out of the top, and it's a remote-mounted attic fan. It's a wonderful thing to have. I say attic fan. It's a whole house fan remote-mounted in the attic. And what it does is helps your house stay even temperatured. You can use it in the morning, too, or in the evening for extra help. Or you can just leave your air conditioning off all day while you're at work. When you come home and it's super hot, you just turn that whole house fan on, and it gets rid of all that heat within minutes. Your air conditioner works less. So however you want to use it, qccolorado.com, they'll put it in, and get this. It takes a couple of hours, and then you have a lifetime of comfort. So, and it's all remote controlled too. So I better wind this up because I have so much to say about it. I absolutely love it. qccolorado.com, 303-800-3419. 800-3419. Genesis Total Exteriors is a company that I have known and trusted for 25 years. Mark Szymanski and his team will take care of your house. everything on the outside of your house. Roofing, gutters, soffits, fascia, siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting. And get this, they do mold inspection. So if you have mold, they can look at it, tell you how bad or good it is, or how what you have to do to get rid of it, and they give you honest assessments without fear-mongering. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I like these people in an industry where it's hard to find good people. Home construction, you can find GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Oh, Falco, you son of a bitch. He says you make me look like a slob because you're so dressed up.
You know this. You know why I dress up, Tom? Did I ever tell you the story? I was just getting into real estate, and I was heading to church, and I was training under this lady. She was training me and two other young people. And I was heading out to church wearing a T-shirt and jeans, and my grandfather says, "Hey, you're not going to church like that, are you?" I said, "Well, yeah." He says, "Son, when you go to church, you dress to be respectful in the house of God." So I obeyed Grandpa. I went and put on some nice dress clothes, and I went out to church. Well, after church, I was supposed to go meet this lady that was training us. And I was the only one that was dressed up nice. And she says, "Well, since Frank's the only one dressed up nice, we're going to let him take this first person." There was an open house. That ended up being my first sale. So from that day forward, I said, you know what, I'm going to always remember what Grandpa told me, and I'm going to always dress for the part. That's why. That's where that all came from, is my grandfather. Because I was actually going to go to church in a T-shirt and jeans, yeah. It was just an old school thing he told me.
Hey, Falco, you're a a-hole, bro. He's telling me that Frank Duran makes me look like a pig or a slob.
I've seen you dress up.
That's because Frank Duran is the classy man. I'm past the age of suits.
Tom, I've seen you in a suit. You're sharp, buddy. I've seen you.
No more suits for Tom.
We were at some event. I don't remember which one it was together, and you were decked out, man.
God, you really do look good though. You look natural too. It's not like you're a stuffed shirt. And here's the deal, man. I just wore suits so long.
Yeah.
What purpose is it? Hide the buttons? I mean, I hated it. And then you on the department when we had to wear them, you did the military talk.
So one act of obedience to my grandfather, I got my first ever real estate sale. So that's why ever since then, that's always thought like that.
So you were raised by your grandfather?
My grandparents really had a big hand. I mean, my mom still supported me, but she was working 2-3 jobs sometimes, and I was with them.
Your stepdad was for how long?
He didn't get into the picture till I was about 9 or 10.
Oh, that's still.
Yeah, well, he did. He was there.
So he's been there a long time.
A long time, yeah.
And you get along with him?
Oh, I do now, very much. Yeah, not in the beginning, but you know how that is. When you're a kid, your perspectives change when you get older. And
good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
No matter what you drive.
I drive a big old truck.
An SUV. Gas guzzler.
I ride the bus. Always drive the right way.
I listen to Dan Caplis.
With Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino, you're a troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-82. Well, I don't know. Call 303-Martino because we're almost done. And then you can get on the next show. So we're talking to Frank Duran, the real estate man, about real estate, and I want to get some closing thoughts here, Frank. Right now, you're saying houses are brisk; they're moving.
Yeah, they're moving, Tom. But I'll tell you, there's a
not in a week.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, price them right because there's more inventory. Buyers can be more picky now.
So what's average time on market now? About, do you know?
Last I checked, I think we were a little over 32 days or so.
Okay.
It's,
Isn't that funny? That's still lightning fast.
That's not too bad, Tom. Because look,
Hell
you remember
no.
back in 2008, boy, it was some of these listings had birthdays on them after a year.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's important not to price too much out front or too little, right?
That's
because
key.
you don't want. Obviously, you're not going to raise as you go.
Yeah.
But you don't want to have something that's priced so high you have to keep hammering it.
Because that hurts you more in the long run. You end up taking a bigger loss usually over time.
Whereas you get multiple offers.
Right.
Still.
Yeah, we still are. In fact, that's why he was working late last night, Tom.
You know what I've said? You can't do wrong with Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Thanks for being here, Frank. And
Thank
remember,
you, Tom.
folks, don't forget 303 Martino, and we will work you into the show without a wait. 303-627-8466 for help. Thanks, Pilar. See you tomorrow, bro.
No problem. Sounds good, Tom.
Thank you, my brother. And thanks for being so patient with me today. Oh, my gosh.